Hello to all my dear followers. Today I welcome you to the first season of What If Naruto Learned All of Minato's Techniques from a Forbidden Book. Remember, if you want more seasons to support the channel and see more fanfics like this, just like, comment, and subscribe. Let's begin.
Chapter 1, Dear Descendant. It was Wednesday of the third week of Naruto's first year at the Shinobi Academy. 8-year-old Naruto Uzumaki peered out of the academy library door, wondering if the unpleasant librarian would let him in today. He didn't really want to go in, but Iruka-sensei had assigned him a task: to use the library to find the names of all the previous Kage from the 5 great hidden villages. He was late, but it wasn't his fault. The librarian had always turned him away with a sneer, sometimes quite literally. It seems today was Naruto's lucky day. Peering slowly through the crack between the door and the frame, on the hinge side, Naruto discovered that the librarian was gone. Perhaps he'd gone out to lunch and forgotten to lock the door? Naruto didn't eat lunch, so this was like some free time for him. Yes, Naruto whispered. He tiptoed into the library. 20 minutes later, Naruto had enough notes to finish his homework. He put the history book back on the shelf and was about to leave when he saw the author's name on a small paperback on the shelf below. It read, As Be a Ninja, by Minato Namikaze. Huh? Wasn't that the name of his hero, the Yondaime 4th Hokage? Naruto checked his notes again. Yes, Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, with a 4-year reign that culminated in the defeat of the Kyuubi and his death at the age of 28. Naruto didn't like to read, but the 4th Hokage was his hero. He hesitated before taking the book and tucking it under his jacket. The librarian would be here in 10 minutes. He could read it after school. CS, that night, late, Naruto took out the book and opened it to the first page. It said, Chapter 1, Introduction. Dear Descendant, my name is Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village. If you are reading this, you must be a descendant of me and my beloved wife, Kushina Uzumaki, because I placed a seal inside the cover of this book that prevents anyone who is not our descendant from reading it. Anyone who is not our descendant will see a genjutsu illusion of a dull, outdated history textbook and will feel a strong inclination to ignore it completely, let alone open it. If they manage to overcome the genjutsu and actually open the book, it will self-destruct in a spectacular fireball. I have hidden copies of this book in various libraries around Konoha and some of the other villages in the hope that my descendants will be curious and clever enough to find them. I've discovered that the vast majority of people in the elemental countries completely lack common sense when it comes to ninjutsu, ninja techniques, and fuinjutsu, sealing arts. They use ridiculously flashy, difficult, and expensive ninjutsu to do simple things. They believe that certain things can only be done by clan bloodlines. They use powerful and dangerous ninjutsu without knowing how it works or why. And many people are completely ignorant of fuinjutsu, which is, in my opinion, the most powerful ninja art in existence. A large number of so-called ninjas have never used any form of fuinjutsu beyond explosive tags and storage scrolls. This book will guide you on the path to becoming a true ninja, a warrior in the shadows, a hidden protector of the innocent. It will provide you with basic information on chakra, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu, and show you how to use that knowledge in simple, almost obvious ways that, curiously, no one else in the world seems to have figured out. You will have to look elsewhere for taijutsu, unarmed martial arts, and other techniques, as I have not found these areas to be as underutilized or misunderstood as ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. I ask that, upon finishing this reading, you store it in the library where you found it. This copy is located in the Konoha Shinobi Academy Library, near the history books required for the traditional first assignment given to all students. I also ask that, if you find yourself in a village with which Konoha was not allied during my tenure as Hokage, you hide copies of this book in your library, secured with the seal found in the appendix, last page. This is your birthright. I hope you enjoy reading it. Minato Namikaze, CS. Aha. Naruto closed the book, glanced at the title, and opened it again. No, it definitely wasn't a boring history book. Maybe he was related to the 4th Hokage after all? That would explain the spiky yellow hair and bright blue eyes. It would also explain why he was an orphan, since Minato Namikaze was too young to be Naruto's grandfather. Who was Kushina Uzumaki? If he didn't grow up with her, she was either dead or had abandoned him, as the villagers said. Was it wrong to hope she was dead? Well, maybe I could look into her more tomorrow. Worrying now wouldn't do any good, and the next chapter was coming. Chapter 2, Secrets and Lies. How to hide your skills and avoid paperwork. If paperwork were like homework, this might be the most important chapter in the book. Chapter 2, Secrets and Lies. How to hide your skills and avoid paperwork. It was graduation day at the Shinobi Academy. Irika Yumino entered a room filled with 12-year-olds in chaos and found Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka sitting on either side of Sasuke Uchiha. Both girls were completely ignoring Sasuke and arguing right in his face about who should be Sasuke's girlfriend. Literally, they were banging their fists in front of Sasuke's face. Irika hid his camera under a genjutsu and took a picture. For posterity, not for blackmail. Irika looked around. Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, Ino's future teammates, the next generation of Ino Shikacho. Kiba Inuzuka with Akamaru leading the way. If that kid wanted to be a tough alpha male, the cute, cuddly puppy wasn't helping. Shino Aburame, sunglasses, turtleneck, spiky hair. Hinata Hyuga, if that girl had any confidence, she would have been the best kunoichi female ninja in the class. Speaking of Naruto, there he was, leaning back in the last row next to Shikamaru. Irika gave a friendly smile when Naruto gave him a nod. And there were a lot of anonymous characters with generic faces who wouldn't pass the second genin exam, whose names Irika probably knew but didn't bother to mention because he didn't want readers to feel sorry for them when they failed. "All right, listen up," shouted Irika, using his big head jutsu. Everyone jumped except Naruto and Shikamaru. After giving his usual motivational talk/graduation speech, Irika announced the teams. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Sakura squealed. Ino growled. Sasuke said, "HN." Naruto simply ignored them, smiling inwardly. Yes, the last and the rookie of the year with the best kunoichi, just like the last 3 members of Team 7. Perfect, those two are so useless I won't hesitate to leave them behind. It was fortunate that Naruto had improved his chakra control to the point where he could use low-level genjutsu like the standard Bunshin clone. Had he not done so, he would have needed to get a high score on the written exam to pass the academy finals, and that would have been extremely suspicious. CS, where's Naruto? Sakura shouted. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate her alone time with Sasuke. The problem was that she'd been alone with him for 3 hours and hadn't been able to complain about anything. And Sasuke hadn't said anything other than a HN. And that was once, when Sakura greeted him with a hello, in an overly sweet voice. The dam had finally broken, and now Sakura was letting loose. I don't know what's wrong with him and our new sensei, but if they think it's okay to arrive 3 hours late, well, hello, said Naruto, appearing in the seat next to Sakura. Sakura yelled, "Don't scare me like that, Naruto, you idiot." She lunged at Naruto with her fist. He ducked. Kakashi cleared his throat from the doorway, preventing Sakura from trying again. "My first impression of you is problematic," Kakashi said in a bored tone. "See you on the rooftop in 10 minutes. "Well, see you there," Naruto said. He flipped back onto the roof, where he had been meditating upside down for 3 hours, completely unnoticed until he sensed Kakashi's arrival. He ran to the window, climbed out, and disappeared. Stupid Naruto trying to look cool. "Come on, Sasuke. Let's walk to the roof together." CS. Introductions, Kakashi said. When it was his turn, Naruto said, "I have some things I like. I have some things I don't like. My hobbies, I'll tell you when I trust you. My dreams, well, right now my dream is to pass the genin exam." "Idiot, we already passed the genin test." Apparently, Sasuke was able to say something more than HN. Well done," Kakashi said with a smile. He told them about the real genin test and ordered them to meet him at Training Ground 7 at 5 a.m. "Oh, and I suggest you skip breakfast. I don't want you throwing up on me." CS. The next morning, at 5 a.m., Sasuke and Sakura arrived at Training Ground 7 and found Naruto sleeping in a hammock. Sakura wanted to yell at him, but Naruto raised his arm and pointed to a tree where 2 more hammocks were hanging. Folded up. Get a hammock and set it up, he said, slurring his words. Kakashi Hatake is always at least 3 hours late for everything. Get some sleep. He told us to be here, not that we had to be awake all the time. HN. The ever-eloquent Sasuke managed to compress a feeling of disdain, boredom, arrogance, and a bit of drowsiness into a single syllable. Sakura, not understanding Sasuke's growl, was about to yell at Naruto when the blonde boy, who was lying down, yawned very relaxed. It was contagious. Sasuke and Sakura yawned at the same time. Inner Sakura clenched her fist. Wow! Sasuke and I even yawned at the same time. How romantic! Sakura had a different idea, as her blush showed. Sasuke, would you like to share a hammock? No. Sasuke approached and grabbed one of the hammocks, placing it a short distance from Naruto. Naruto didn't want any more trouble with Sakura, so he yawned again. It was a little fake, but it worked. Sakura yawned again, then sighed and grabbed the last hammock. 5 hours later, Kakashi arrived in a swirl of leaves. He found his 3 students sitting around a portable charcoal grill eating kebabs. I thought I told you not to eat breakfast. This is lunch, Naruto said. Who eats kebabs for breakfast? Kakashi silently acknowledged the point. Naruto sprinkled seasoning over the kebabs grilling on the grill. A delicious aroma reached Kakashi. Want one? This one's ready. Naruto held up a kebab skewer with his tongs. Thank you, said Kakashi, trying to pick it up. Aha! Exclaimed Naruto, taking the kebab from Kakashi's hand. We haven't passed the hidden test of teamwork yet. We can't have it unless we're a team. Kakashi reckoned Naruto already knew what the test was about. He glanced at Sakura and Sasuke, who were savoring their kebabs and watching the interaction with interest. He looked at the skewer of perfectly grilled meat and vegetables Naruto was holding. His stomach growled. Okay, you're in. CS. That night, Naruto returned to his dilapidated apartment. After locking the door, he stood motionless for a moment. Then he ate a bowl of ramen and went to sleep. Or rather, his shadow clone did. CS. Deep inside a well-furnished office, Naruto arrived and sat on the sofa in a meditative position. Report! He shouted. A medium-height brunette woman in a delivery uniform entered the office. The Whirlwind Postal Service continues to be a resounding success. Weekly profits are up 1.5%. We're still having trouble breaking into the large shipment market. Civilians don't seem to trust us easily when they can't see their goods leaving the store. As you know, our main competitor in the water country area is Gato shipping. Gato's rates are suspiciously low for their freight transport methods. We recommend the espionage division investigate them. They might be involved in drugs or something. Negotiations with the Land of Vegetables are going well. The daimyo seems to like the idea of selling goods to remote locations at premium prices, so we expect to have an office up and running there next month or so. The Land of Tea seems somewhat more hesitant. They're used to the existing shipping companies, but once again, we hope to entice them with fast service to remote locations. Good job. Dissipate. The brunette vanished in a puff of white smoke. Naruto closed his eyes and processed the memories for 2 minutes before opening them again. He made a cross-shaped hand seal, and the man in the delivery uniform silently reappeared, without even a trace of smoke. The man turned around, and Naruto tapped him on the back of the neck with a paper seal, which instantly glowed and embedded itself in his skin. The man bowed and left the room. Next, Naruto ordered. A short figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a typical ninja outfit, completely covered in black except for the eyes, which were a bland brown. The figure was kneeling, one hand on its tanto and the other in a fist on the ground, in the typical pose of a ninja reporter. The spy network continues to avoid suspicion. The clones enrolled in the shinobi academies of Kumo, IWA, Kiri, and Suna have just finished their second year. The situation is nominal, and all are at an intermediate level. The 2 Chunin clones we incorporated into the rebel forces in Kiri report that the rebellion continues to grow. We project that Mei Terumi will become Mizuki within the next 1 to 3 years. There is still no progress in the search for Uchiha. Rumors indicate that he is still the host of the six-tailed slug. Jiraiya was sighted yesterday in Rice. We suspect he has the same problem. We are infiltrating spies into Odo. All of Orochimaru's bases are sealed and underground. We cannot get anything larger than a fly-in. Okay, I need to tell the training group to practice using henge in flight form. It's very difficult to use the wings in that way. Thanks, you can dispel. After sending out a new clone of the Spymaster, Naruto inquired about the leader of the training team. This was an identical clone of Naruto. Chief, what's going on? Here are the empty chakra storage seals. Ready? Naruto sat in a meditative stance, closed his eyes, and nodded. The clone dissipated, and after 5 minutes, Naruto grinned. He picked up the stack of chakra storage seals and channeled a massive amount of chakra into each one. It was a good thing he had suppression seals throughout the underground facility. Otherwise, that idiot Danzo would have had to dig deep. Literally. Naruto loves Fuinjutsu. After sending out another training clone with the stack of seals, Naruto summoned the last leader of the group. A pretty girl with reddish-brown hair, about 17 years old, entered the room. Everything's going well with the apprentices. I've got 3 new recipes from Akimichi since last week. Riku's still watching the master goldsmith work on the chakra-conducting metal. He hasn't been allowed to touch the precious material. Sarah, the bank teller, is still bored to death. And Sora started working with stained glass at the construction company. So she's learned something new. Thank you, Yui. One more thing, the clone said. I think we should learn to dance. Could be useful for infiltration. And not just at formal parties. It could be useful on seduction missions. I see. Would you like to add it to your daily routine? I think you have some time during the day after your shift at the restaurant. I can create a new male persona to learn the men's dance steps. Yes, that sounds good. With that, Yui vanished. Naruto wouldn't reappear until the next morning. There was no point in creating a clone to gather memories from his dream. Sleeping as a girl was strange anyway, though he'd gotten used to it. CS, as Naruto prepared to sleep in his luxurious queen-size bed, he remembered the second chapter of his father's book that he had first read 4 years ago. Chapter 2, Secrets and Lies. How to hide your skills and avoid paperwork. Ninjas keep secrets. Everyone knows it. For some reason, many ninjas ignore it. For a ninja, everything is a secret. Your favorite food, where you sleep at night, your favorite hobbies, the girl you like, and most importantly, your skills, abilities, and jutsus. There are at least 4 reasons for this. 1. The obvious one, you want to surprise your enemies. 2. Anything your enemies know about you can be used against you. 3. Contrary to popular belief, having a huge bounty on the bingo book is bad. Why on earth would anyone want half the ninja world trying to cut off their head? This isn't One Piece. 4. If your allies know how powerful you are, they'll give you responsibilities. Responsibilities aren't bad, but they come with paperwork. Paperwork is pure evil. Let me elaborate on that last point. As Kushina says, Yami invented paperwork as revenge for Kami giving us ramen. In fact, do you know how I became the 4th Hokage? It was a mistake. The moment I was sworn in as Hokage, I was buried under 5 tons of paperwork. And the village council is the one giving me all the paperwork. Every time I complain, they just smile and give me more. I'm convinced it's a conspiracy by IWA and Kumo to assassinate me with paperwork. My training time has been cut to a quarter of what it was when I became Hokage. And my favorite jutsu, the shadow clone technique, is useless because the different papers are all interconnected and can't even be processed on more than 3 different processors. I almost wish I'd let IWA win the war instead of revealing my flying thunder god technique skills and becoming the strongest fighter in the village. We could have appointed Jiraiya Hokage. I could have a cushy job on the village council, laughing at Ero-sensei and sending him junk papers with awful gay porn sketches in the margins. Hell, I could go on my honeymoon with my lovely wife Kushina. Kushina's pregnant. Maybe I can convince our baby that being Hokage would be cool and fun. Then I could leave the job to him when he's 16 or 18, and I could spend the rest of my life raising his little siblings with Kushina. Keep in mind that confidential doesn't mean no one can know. You'll need to trust your teammates with many of your skills to work well as a team. And you'll have to be honest with your friends and family to keep them friends and family. though you can often get away with being vague or simply telling them you don't want to say anything. Just make sure your teammates, friends, and family can keep secrets, and make sure they know that everything about you is a secret. Section A. Henge is your best friend. Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique, is known as an E-rank jutsu for disguising oneself as another person. This is nonsense. What Henge does is transform your physical body into a different shape and color. Any shape and color. Yes, that means you can transform into objects or animals. Technically, even liquids or gases, though this is extremely dangerous unless done by a shadow clone. More on shadow clones in Chapter 3. And listen to this. While under Henge, you remain fully awake and aware of your surroundings, though if you transform into an object, you might not be able to see. On the other hand, if you transform into an animal with excellent eyesight, you'll be able to see better than ever, and your other senses may also be enhanced. Keep in mind that using any animal form requires a lot of time and effort. For example, if you were to transform into a horse, you would have to learn to walk on 4 long, ungainly legs. You don't acquire the instincts of the animal you transform into, and you have to learn each animal form separately. You can also transform into a larger, stronger person, gaining physical strength. Keep in mind that this is generally not cost-effective, as significantly increasing your size requires additional chakra, which you must continuously expend to maintain that form. Therefore, it's as if you're simply channeling chakra into your muscles and bones to strengthen yourself. See Chapter 7. Chakra enhances everything. However, if you need to increase or decrease your weight, Henge is perfect. That's why I consider a well-mastered Henge to be an S-rank jutsu. Anyway, the hand seals are dog, boar, ram. Channel your chakra while concentrating on an image of yourself in a different form. Use Henge whenever you visit the library to prevent people from knowing what you're studying. Use it when practicing ninjutsu so no one knows what you're capable of. Use it when undertaking missions in enemy territory so no one knows who did them. This way you avoid a bingo book bounty. Section B. Disguising your jutsu. There will be times when you need to use ninjutsu openly. If you're like me, you'll have an aptitude for high-level ninjutsu, which is usually extremely conspicuous. This is dangerous because it can give you a reputation for being powerful, which is a shame, as we've already discussed. Even so, if you want to protect your loved ones, sometimes you'll have to act openly. Rule number 1 of ninjutsu: don't shout the name of your technique. It's foolish. Not only does it warn your enemy of what's coming, but it also slows down your jutsu. Yes, it might help you concentrate, but thinking the name in your head is just as good. And if it's one of those fire-breathing jutsus, you might choke on your own words. Yuck. Ninjutsu rule number 2. Practice your jutsu until you can form and release the necessary chakra without using hand seals. You will not master a jutsu until you can do this. You can execute the jutsu faster, it's impossible for your opponent to see, it can't be copied by the Sharingan, and it's simply brutal. Think about it. If your control is good enough, you can shout Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, while launching a lightning bolt. Your opponent will raise a wall of earth or a barrier of water, which would be a perfect defense against fire, but much less effective against lightning. Keep in mind that the Byakugan can see chakra formations even without hand seals. The Hyuga Dojutsu can't copy techniques, and in fact, they rarely use ninjutsu, but that makes them difficult to surprise. Luckily, they're on our side. Section C. Learning in secret. Construct an underground training facility using earth release techniques. Make it deep and wide, and cover it with security seals. See Chapter 11 for sealing techniques. Use shadow clones so no one notices your absence. If you are on a genin team, you may need to let your jonin sensei and teammates into these facilities for training. Chapter 3. If you don't cheat, you're not a ninja. Team 7, here for a D-rank mission, Kakashi crooned. He never got tired of his students' reactions to D-ranks. Here are the available missions, said the Chunin in charge of distributing D-ranks. Painting a fence, scaring marmots away from a farmer's field, cleaning the Inazuka kennels, capturing Mrs. Shijimi's lost cat. That one, Kakashi pointed to the last scroll. We will accept Tora's mission. Ah, said the Chunin, with an amused expression on his face. Here you go. All right, my cute little genin. We have an exciting search and capture mission. Let's go. Thanks to Kakashi's mask, it was impossible to tell if his smile was part of a genuinely happy smile or a sadistic one. CS. Pest Tora. Naruto stealthily approached the cat with no intention of capturing it, harming it, or even touching it. The clever cat didn't sense any murderous intent, so it didn't flee. Mro. Tora cautiously stepped back. How about a deal? Naruto said. Would you like to learn how to climb trees? Lord, said Tora. Okay, you already know how to climb trees, but I can teach you how to go up and down like a squirrel. Look. Naruto put one foot on the side of a tree, climbed up the vertical surface, and returned to the ground. Shit. The deal is that if I teach you this, you'll come quietly whenever my team receives a mission to find and capture you. Mro, Tora said. It's not enough. Besides, I can teach you how to walk on water. Mister. Yes, really. Imagine you're fleeing from a genin team and you run across a river. They'll be astonished, and most of them wouldn't be able to keep up. Lord. Oh, great deal. Naruto shook the cat's paw. Hee. This is going to be fun. CS. Naruto emerged from the forest with Tora lying on his head, mimicking the way Kiba Inuzuka carried his dog Akamaru. Naruto, how did you find Tora so quickly? Kakashi had to hide his disappointment. Huh? Tora's a cute cat, Naruto said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Hey Sakura, do you want to hug him? He likes having his ears scratched, but don't squeeze him. He hates being squashed. Team 7 entered the mission office with Tora purring in Sakura's arms. CS. Kakashi was in a bar trying to pick up women. Of course, given his choice of reading material and the fact that he was doing it outdoors and laughing pervertedly, he wasn't going to have any success at any point in the next century. Might Guy was in a bar trying to pick up women. Of course, given his haircut and clothes, he wasn't going to have much success for the next decade. What accounted for the difference in success rates? Guy actually paid attention to the people around him. Then Guy noticed Kakashi, and they both stopped trying to pick up women. No, he wasn't serious. Violates, my eternal rival. Did you hear? Tora, Madame Shijimi's cat, has gotten even more young. Asuma's team failed their mission yesterday. Kid, did you say something? Always so modern and cool. Kakashi, I propose a challenge. Whoever captures Tora fastest wins. If my team doesn't win, I'll run around Konoha 1,000 times on my thumbs. And if I can't, I'll climb Hokage Mountain 5,000 times on one foot. And if I can't, I accept. Wait, what? I accept. Violates, Kakashi, my eternal rival. Today, youthful blade, I will do 500 SWPS in honor of this occasion. The next day, Guy's team set a new record for the recapture Tora mission. They returned to the mission room with a very frightened and disheveled cat in 23 minutes. The next day, Kakashi's team accepted the mission. Naruto ventured into the forest and called out to Tora. The cat ran to Naruto, climbed onto his back, and settled on his shoulder. They calmly returned to the mission room with a new record, 3 minutes. Violates, I need to know this young man's name. I'm Might Guy, the beautiful green beast of Konoha. May I know your name? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to meet you. I can't believe it. I found someone more modern and cooler than my eternal rival Kakashi. People don't say fashion anymore. Kakashi never accepted the Retrieve Tora mission again. He wasn't one to mess with success. Besides, it wasn't nearly as fun when his students were as bored as he was. CS. Almost 2 months after the academy graduation day, Team 7 entered the mission room and Sasuke spoke. Give us a C-rank mission. Enough of these commoner tasks. Sakura quickly intervened. Yes, dear Sasuke, you deserve better. Give us a C-rank mission. The Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was casually in the mission office that day, as he usually was, since he personally assigned the highest-ranking missions. He asked, Are you sure you're ready for a C-rank mission? You know you might have to fight C-rank bandits. HN, Sasuke said. I'm ready. Sakura seemed less certain. Then she perked up. Of course I'm ready. And if not, Sasuke will protect me. Naruto said, Personally, I'm ready. As a team, He looked at Sakura and shrugged. It was obvious. An elderly village council member named Koharu was also, coincidentally, in the mission office that day, which was highly unusual. "Oh," Koharu said, ignoring Naruto. "Lord Uchiha going on a C-rank mission. I'm sure he's more than ready." Hiruzen said diplomatically. "Well, it's Kakashi's decision as his sensei." Koharu stopped smiling at Sasuke and stared intently at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed. "Give us a C-rank mission." "Very well," Hiruzen said. He handed a scroll to Kakashi. "It's a protection detail for a bridge builder named Tsunade. You are to escort him to the land of Wave and protect him until he finishes his bridge. Send him out." The smell of stale alcohol preceded Tsunade in the room. Koharu grimaced and left. "Okay. Hick. Where are the super ninjas who are going to, Hick, protect me?" "Tsunade," Hiruzen said. "This is Team 7. They will protect you on your way to Wave. These, Hick, brats? They don't seem that tough. I ordered super ninjas, not, Hick, fussy brats." Naruto leaned forward, his gaze distant. The room grew cold. Tsunade suddenly became serious and began to sweat. "Irritable little brats," Naruto said in a monotone. Actually, you look like a super ninja." Suddenly, the room became warm again. Birds were singing, and a refreshing summer breeze was blowing through the room. There was even a butterfly, which astonished Hiruzen. "By the way," Naruto said distractedly, as if the last 15 seconds hadn't happened, "are you building a bridge? Where does this bridge connect to?" "Yes, it will be a super bridge. It will connect Wave Island to the mainland. So, on this protection mission, you're being threatened by Gato's mercenaries." Hiruzen and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Tsunade started sweating again. "Who is Gato?" Sakura asked. Naruto explained. "He's simply the biggest shipping magnate in the area. He's known for having the lowest prices for large shipments. So low, in fact, that they wouldn't even cover the operating costs of his ships. You know what that means. And then there's the fact that he practically took control of Wave 6 months ago. There's no proof, but everyone seems to agree that he was involved in the disappearance of their daimyo. Which makes sense, given that Gato lives in the daimyo's mansion. He has a large number of mercenaries and, basically, thugs who act as bodyguards." "Naruto, how do you know that?" Kakashi asked. "I heard it from someone who works for the new postal company Whirlwind. I guess they're keeping an eye on their competitors." "Good job, Naruto," Hiruzen thought. "You're finally showing your father's intelligence. I suppose bandits and thugs are still within the parameters of a C-rank mission. I was hoping to give them an easy and pleasant protection detail, since Sakura isn't ready for any kind of combat. But perhaps this will serve as a wake-up call. Perhaps I underestimated," Naruto Kakashi thought. To summarize all those facts so quickly, he's smarter than he lets on. That, and the whole genin test with the barbecue. Now that I know Sasuke and Sakura better, Naruto must have manipulated them a lot to get them to eat his food. Coming out of his thoughts, Kakashi said, "Very well. Prepare for a month-long mission. We'll meet at the gates of Konoha tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. CS. Team 7 was leaving the Hokage Tower after receiving their mission. "Sasuke," said Naruto, "be more careful when asking Koharu for favors, HN. What makes you think I did that?" Naruto shrugged. "That's not it. Did you see that smile? She's a pedophile." Sakura's eyes widened at this. Sakura would tell Ino. Ino would tell her father. Ino's father would tell Shikamaru's father, Choji's father, Ibiki Marino, and Anko Mitarashi. Shikamaru's father would tell his son. Choji's father would also tell his son. Ibiki would keep it to himself. Anko would tell everyone at the dango stands and sake bars in Konoha. A whole week would pass before the story was displaced by a new, juicier rumor. Konoha gossip would soon forget it, but Sasuke's fans would forever label old Koharu as competition. CS. At 6:55 a.m. the next day, Naruto headed to the door, where Sasuke and Sakura were waiting. "Hey guys," said Naruto. "Naruto? You aren't wearing orange," Sakura commented. "That's right, no. I'm wearing orange," Naruto declared. In fact, he was wearing a mostly gray, rather tight-fitting suit that showed off his slender physique and lean muscles. His dark gray cargo pants were tapered at the ankles, and his long-sleeved shirt had several pockets for holding scrolls. He wore fingerless gloves with metal plates on the backs of the palms. He had a standard kunai pouch, but other than that, he had no backpack. "HN," Sasuke said. They remained silent. 5 minutes later, Kakashi arrived at the door with a sober Tsunade at 7 a.m. "You're not late," said Sakura, extremely surprised. "HN," Sasuke said in surprise. Apparently, he had reverted to monosyllables. "HN," said Naruto, copying Sasuke. "HN," Tsunade asked, wondering why everyone was saying HN. Why is everyone acting so strangely today? Except for Sasuke, dear, he's normal. "Brats," Tsunade said. "Let's go," said Kakashi. 5 hours later, the team was advancing at a civilian pace, in formation with Tsunade in the middle, Sasuke in front, Naruto on the right, Sakura on the left, and Kakashi in the back. Naruto discreetly signaled to Kakashi with his left hand. 2 ninjas in a puddle ahead. He turned to Tsunade and commented on the distance of the journey, so he could see Kakashi's response out of the corner of his eye. Kakashi blinked. Those were ANBU signals. Perhaps the Hokage had taught them to Naruto? They were known to be very close. Shaking his head, Kakashi responded with the signal, "Understood." Naruto pulled out a small bottle with a skull on it. He pointed and said, "Take the antidote." "Go ahead." Kakashi blinked again. "Go ahead," he said. Naruto unscrewed the bottle cap and threw it into the puddle, which was now 10 meters away. "Naruto, why did you do that?" Sakura asked accusingly. "Triangle formation. Protect the customer," Kakashi shouted. 2 masked ninjas emerged from the puddle, coughing and spitting saliva. Kakashi appeared in an instant, pulled their feet out from under them, and tied them up. The demon brothers of Kiri, Gozu, and Meizu, rogue Chunin-level ninjas. "Sasuke, Sakura, you two stay with the client." Naruto stepped forward. "You're dying," he told the 2 bound men. "Do you feel that burning in your lungs? Once the poison reaches your lungs and bloodstream, it will begin to affect your nervous system. Soon you'll feel your whole body on fire and your head like a week-long hangover. It will take between 5 and 7 days for you to die. And the only antidote is the one I have sealed in my backpack." Then, Kakashi said, "If you want the antidote, you'll talk." "Who are you pointing at?" "Bastards." "Good. The bridge builder, Tsunade. Gato wants him dead." "Who else has Gato hired?" Kakashi asked. "We don't know." They're not lying. Any other questions? Team, Naruto had one. "Yeah, which one are you? Gozu or Meizu?" "Really? I'm Gozu," said the one who had spoken first. "All right," Kakashi said. He took out 2 pieces of seal paper, drew something on them, and placed them on the back of the prisoners' necks. "Chakra disruption seals. We'll leave these here for the ANBU to pick up after I send a message to the Hokage." "Naruto, the antidote." Naruto smiled. "Just a paralyzing poison mixed with pepper spray. It'll wear off in a few hours, depending on how much they inhaled." The demon brothers cursed. Kakashi chuckled and smiled with his eyes. Sasuke had a different reaction. "Lastly, where did you get the poison? I demand you give it to me." "You can buy paralyzing poison at any shinobi shop. You can find pepper spray at any supermarket. And why should I give you my things? I am an Uchiha. It is my right." "What? The great Uchiha clan is too poor to afford basic supplies." Naruto sneered. Meizu snorted. "That Uchiha. He's a real useless brat, isn't he?" Sasuke stared intently at Meizu. "What? Is that supposed to be murderous intent? My ex's mother had more than that intent. And she was a civilian." Sasuke pulled out a kunai and growled. Come on, Sasuke. Put that away," Kakashi ordered. "The T&I department needs them alive." Sasuke returned to what he knew. He said, "HN. So, Tsunade," Kakashi said with feigned cheerfulness. Then his tone changed. "When were you going to tell us you were being chased by ninjas?" CS. After hearing Tsunade's sad story and receiving a warning from Kakashi about a likely fight with a Jonin, Team 7 decided to continue their mission. They crossed the canal in a boat and headed toward Tsunade's house. This time, Kakashi rode in front, Naruto in the back, and Sasuke and Sakura in the middle. "Look out!" Kakashi shouted. Naruto lunged forward and grabbed Sakura and Tsunade, pushing them to the ground. A gigantic blade emerged from the mist, whirling, and passed over their heads, where they had been standing just moments before. It embedded itself in a tree, and atop the blade appeared a ferocious-looking man. "Triangle formation," Kakashi shouted again. "Protect the client. He's out of your reach." The two Jonin introduced each other in a reverse introduction. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Zabuza Momochi. Missing Nin of Kiri. "What's with all the bragging? Are you a samurai?" Naruto asked. "I thought a samurai would be a little less, shirtless." "Are you broke?" Zabuza chuckled. "You're right, kid. Let's see how you do." Kirigakure. Hidden mist. No jutsu. Zabuza raised a thick mist and dissipated into it. A powerful killing intent struck Team 7 and Tsunade. Sakura froze. Sasuke, trembling, began to raise his kunai toward his throat. "Sasuke," Kakashi said, "stay calm. I'll protect you all with my life. I won't let my teammates die. You trust me." Naruto took a deep breath and thought, "Wind release, great breakthrough." He unleashed a powerful gust of wind toward Zabuza's last known location, creating a strong wind all around that dispelled the fog. There were 3 Zabuzas hiding in that fog. Naruto unleashed a barrage of kunai at one of the assailants who was charging toward the team's triangular formation. The kunai were blocked with a sword strike, but the element of surprise was lost. The second assailant tried to sneak up on Kakashi, who met him with a kunai. The third, standing by the trees, watched, but immediately began gesturing with his hands. 3 Naruto clones appeared beside him without warning. 2 of them vanished in a splash of water, and simultaneously, 2 of the Zabuzas transformed into water with a cloud of white smoke rising above each, revealing that the real Zabuza was the one standing by the trees, making hand signals. Naruto handed a sealing tag to the remaining clone, who disappeared in a puff of smoke and performed a kourimi with the real Zabuza's sword, which was strapped to his back. It struck the tag on the back of Zabuza's neck, and Naruto made a hand sign, channeling chakra into the seal and causing it to sink into his skin. Zabuza stopped making hand signals, turned around, and kicked Naruto's clone, scattering it in a cloud of smoke. "Shadow clones," he growled. "I don't think that'll stop me." Then Zabuza collapsed, unable to move. "Chakra disruption and paralysis seal," Naruto told Kakashi. "He won't move until I remove it." Suddenly, a short ninja wearing a Kiri ninja hunter mask appeared next to Zabuza. "Thank you for eliminating my prey," said the supposed ninja hunter. "I'll take him back to Kiri for questioning." "Stop!" Naruto shouted. He threw a kunai at the newcomer. It was too late. The apparent ninja hunter disappeared with Zabuza in a shunshin body flicker. "Naruto!" Kakashi exclaimed. "He was a Kiri hunter ninja. You shouldn't have attacked him." Naruto shook his head. "There aren't any Kiri hunter nin. All of the Mizuki's forces are busy fighting their rebellion. Besides, a real hunter nin would have simply cut off Zabuza's head. Right?" "You're right," Kakashi said. "I should have cut off Zabuza's head and destroyed the body right there. But how do you know about the Kiri Civil War?" "I'm a ninja," Naruto said with an expressionless face, as if that explained everything. Okay. Is everyone all right?" "No one hurt." Tsunade took a deep breath. "I'm fine," he said, giving a thumbs up. "That was an amazing fight." Sasuke relaxed, took a deep breath, and tried to hide that he was doing it. "Finally," Sasuke said in his commanding voice. "What was that technique? Shadow clones? Show it to me." Naruto shook his head. "Do you want to take care of this, sensei?" Kakashi sighed. "Shadow clones are a forbidden B-rank technique. Sasuke, you don't have enough chakra to use them right now. If you try, at best, you'll end up with severe chakra depletion. At worst, you could die." Sakura finally calmed down. "So, how is Naruto able to do that?" She seemed much less confident than usual. "I'm a ninja," Naruto said, preventing Kakashi from giving a half-hearted answer. "And what is that supposed to mean, idiot?" Sasuke asked. It means I don't tell my secrets to people I don't trust or respect. And right now, neither of us fits into either of those categories. Sakura would have hit Naruto on the head, but she still felt bad about Zabuza's murderous intent. So, how did you eliminate Zabuza's clones so quickly? Sakura asked. They simply disappeared. Let's just say it's something only shadow clones can do, Naruto stated. It was true. His shadow clones had simply used kawarimi on the heads of the water clones, which was practically a suicide technique, as it left the clone's feet fused to the water clone's body, scattering them. A normal ninja would require incredible chakra control to avoid merging with the clone's body, like Tsunade's level of chakra control, and it wasn't possible to use kawarimi on the head of a real human being. On the other hand, it was very useful for identifying a real person and proving that the third Zabuza wasn't just another clone. And shadow clones were the only type of clone that could perform ninjutsu, allowing them to use a wide range of self-destructive techniques like this one. Naruto changed the subject and picked up Zabuza's giant blade from where his clone had left it after using kawarimi on the sword. Kubikirabocho, he said, testing it out a couple of times. It's an interesting weapon, but unfortunately, it's not my style. I think I'll keep it anyway. Unless you want it, sensei? Kakashi was surprised that Naruto could wield the sword like that. Either the sword was lighter than it looked, or Naruto was stronger than he appeared. No, Kakashi said. It's not my style either. Okay, Naruto said. He took a scroll from one of his pockets, unrolled it, and placed his sword on top. Wait, Sakura said. Give it to Sasuke. Naruto snorted and lifted the giant sword by its center of gravity with one hand, offering the hilt to Sasuke. HN, Sasuke said. He had to appear calm, so he tried to grip the sword with one hand. When Naruto released the sword, Sasuke dropped it to the ground, jumping back to avoid getting hit on his toes. He couldn't even hold one end of the blade. So it's not that the sword is light, Kakashi thought. Naruto chuckled softly. Let's just say Sasuke is more of a speed fighter. Sakura, do you want to give it a try too? Do you think you're stronger than Sasuke? Of course not, Sakura said. How do you think I'd look balancing something so ugly? Ma, Kakashi said, trying to be patient. Let's keep going. Tazuna, we're about 20 minutes from your house, right? Naruto grabbed the sword with one hand and sealed it in his storage scroll. Naruto Sasuke thought, how did you become so strong? CS, that night, Kakashi took Naruto aside. Do you know how long Zabuza will be unconscious because of that seal? It's linked to my chakra signature, so it would take a true sealing master to completely remove it. The chakra I channeled for someone with Zabuza's strength should last at least a week, maybe two. The paralysis will subside within a couple of days before the effects of the chakra disruption completely disappear. Okay. Now, where did you learn the shadow clone technique? I read it in a book. Where did you get this book? The library. Here, I have a copy. Naruto took his father's book and showed it to Kakashi. The ignore me genjutsu worked. Kakashi changed the subject. I think we'll train next week. We'll let the team know. CS, How to Be a Ninja, by Minato Namikaze. Chapter 3. If you don't cheat, you're not a ninja. Ninjas deceive, lie, steal, and use trickery and stealth. That's what distinguishes us from samurai. When facing an enemy, attack without warning, when they least expect it. Take full advantage of every opportunity and every dirty trick you can. There is very little honor in war, and you have none to offer your enemies. Section A Uber Hacks, Shadow Clones. Shadow clones are, without exception, the greatest invention known to humankind. Here's why. The shadow clone jutsu is classified as a rank B forbidden technique due to its chakra requirements. Distribute your chakra evenly among the shadow clones you create. Each shadow clone is a physical, tangible construct made of your chakra. This has 3 effects. First, the shadow clones can use ninjutsu. Second, upon the dispersal of a shadow clone, the remaining chakra returns to your body, bringing with it the memories of its life. And third, if you do not have enough chakra, using the shadow clone jutsu can cause extreme chakra depletion or even death. To learn the shadow clone jutsu, the first thing you must do is increase your chakra reserves. See Chapter 8, How to Obtain More Chakra, for more information. You will need at least high Chunin level chakra reserves to safely create a shadow clone. In other words, if you can perform the chakra control exercise water walking simultaneously with leaf inlay and kunai spin, and maintain them for an hour straight without a break, you should have enough chakra for a shadow clone. Alternatively, you can use a Fuinjutsu seal from the appendix of this book to find out how much chakra you have. Once you've mastered shadow clones, you can use them to cheat on your training. Remember the second effect? It turns out your shadow clones can learn virtually anything, including reading books, learning ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu, even practicing chakra control techniques, and their experiences will be transferred to you. Once you have a significant number of shadow clones training this way, it will feel like you're cheating because you're learning much faster than the average ninja, and you can use them to increase your chakra capacity. By dividing your chakra, you can exercise your body when you're nearly depleted, increasing the rate at which you generate it. You can also create clones, wait for your chakra to recover, and then disperse them. When your clones disperse, their chakra returns to your system, slightly overloading you and stretching your chakra system. Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, has a sword that uses the same principle to increase his chakra capacity. Keep in mind that rapidly increasing your chakra capacity in this way will naturally reduce your chakra control, so be sure to continue doing these control exercises. With shadow clones, of course. One more thing. Have you heard of forbidden suicide techniques? Yes, since shadow clones can use ninjutsu, they can use almost every forbidden self-destructive jutsu that exists. Just avoid anything that involves your soul. Remember, this is a trade secret. If other ninjas find out, our enemies will know, and stronger enemy ninjas will come after us. Section B. When to be honorable. Honor has its place among ninjas. You must be careful to distinguish between family, friends, allies, and enemies. Family are those you trust completely. Friends are those you trust and respect. Allies are those whom circumstances allow you to trust, but who may not always be so. Honor your family, friends, and allies, but not your enemies. You may share your secrets with your family and friends, but not with your allies. Tell your enemies nothing. Don't think about slowing down so your friends can keep up. Sometimes your friends will be curious about your secrets. The honorable way to handle this is to tell them openly that yes, you have secrets, but no, you're not going to tell them everything. If they're truly your friends, they'll accept it. Chapter 4. True ninjas don't fight. True ninjas only win. All right, kids, Kakashi said. Zabuza will be back in a week or two, and this time he'll almost certainly have an ally. Let's train. Team 7 found a nice secluded spot in the woods near Tsunade's house. With a dramatic gesture, Kakashi announced, "I'm going to teach you how to climb trees." "But sensei," Sakura objected. "We can already climb trees. Even Naruto can climb trees." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but ignored the last statement. "Ah, but can you do it like that?" He climbed up the side of a tree, treating the vertical surface as if it were horizontal. He reached a thick branch and stood upside down on its underside. "Wow," said Sakura. "HN," said Sasuke. "Boring," said Naruto. "My method is better." "Well," Kakashi interrupted before Sasuke could comment, "why don't you show it to us, Naruto?" With his hands in his pockets, Naruto jumped onto the side of a tree, twisting his body so he was facing the ground. With his hands still in his pockets, he climbed the tree using the moonwalk. "See? Much cooler." Kakashi said. He did a somersault and landed softly. Then he mimicked Naruto climbing the tree with the moonwalk. "It's a little harder, but I can do it too. And I look cooler than you." Sakura nodded enthusiastically. She definitely thought Kakashi looked better. Naruto did an elegant somersault and returned to the ground. Kakashi performed an elegant somersault and returned to the ground. "Imitator," Naruto pouted. "Imitanin," Kakashi said. "All right, Sakura, Sasuke, start moving forward. It's best to start by running a little. Use a kunai to mark your progress. This is how it works. You send chakra to the soles of your feet so they stick to the tree." "Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Now that I know this exercise, can I go work on something else?" "Sure," Kakashi said. "Just get back to Tsunade's house in time for dinner." Naruto walked away upon hearing Sakura's, "Hey, this is easy," and Sasuke's intensely jealous, "CS." When he completely disappeared from sight, Naruto's chakra pulsed, and a group of animals appeared out of nowhere. Squirrels, chipmunks, field mice, sparrows, finches, and crows scampered, ran, and flew in all directions. Several of the transformed shadow clones headed straight for the former daimyo's mansion, while others began a search that would allow Naruto to thoroughly explore Wave Island in a matter of hours. Naruto himself used the transformation jutsu to transform into an ordinary middle-aged civilian and began walking around the main village to familiarize himself with the area. He wasn't going to train outdoors for real, where someone might see him. That night, Team 7 gathered at Tsunade's house. Sakura looked completely exhausted, as she'd been told she had to keep practicing until she could walk backward, climbing up and down the tree 10 times without stopping. Sasuke looked so annoyed he wanted to smash something with his fist. Kakashi seemed amused, though no one knew if it was because of his students' behavior or his choice of reading material. Naruto seemed content. A fruitful day, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Yes, Naruto replied. I've done a lot. Oh, really? What did you work on? Kakashi was curious to know what stage of training Naruto was at. This and that. Naruto deflected the question. Apparently, Kakashi was even more curious to see what was on the next page of his book. At that moment, Inari, Tsunade's grandson, interrupted him. Why are you trying so hard? It won't do any good. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Gato is too strong. Everyone's going to die anyway. What's the point of trying? And what makes you think we're not stronger than Gato? Gato has hundreds of men. If you get in his way, he'll kill you. I see. Well, Inari, right? Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a small scroll. Instead of answering the question, Inari simply glared at him. Naruto unveiled something on the scroll. It was a smooth mahogany cane with an elegant gold handle and a large ruby set at the top. Inari, do you know what this is? A walking stick? What does that have to do with anything? It's not a cane, it's a cane. A pimp's cane. More specifically, this is Gato's pimp's cane. Naruto handed the cane to the 5-year-old boy. Tsunade and Tsunami's eyes widened. Inari examined the staff. You see, Naruto explained, I stole this staff from Gato while he was holding it, leaning on it. I replaced it with a fake one, and he didn't even notice. He still doesn't. And that's not all. The fake one I gave him is special. It's a spy staff. It will allow me to know everything Gato says, hears, and does until the staff is lost or broken. Tsunade, Tsunami, Sasuke, and Sakura were already speechless. Kakashi probably was too, but no one noticed because of his mask. But Inari persisted. So what? What good will that do you? It's not like the staff makes you stronger than Gato. But that's the trick. True ninjas don't fight. True ninjas simply win. We don't need to be stronger than Gato and all his men to defeat him. And now for the good part. Kakashi-sensei, I'd like to propose a plan. Forward. Tonight, when my spy stick tells me Gato is asleep and his base is quiet, we sneak in and release sleeping gas into the ventilation system. Once everyone is sound asleep and knocked out, we go in and collect all the weapons from his thugs. We steal all of Gato's money. He has a lot, since his illegal activities primarily generate cash. We distribute all the weapons and most of the money to the villagers. We take a couple of bags of cash and leave them at the house where Zabuza and his friend are staying. When Gato wakes up and discovers he's been robbed, the first thing he'll do is run for the ninja he hired. Zabuza and his friend will be caught and have to fight Gato, or they'll wake up first, find the money, figure out what's going on, and abandon Gato. Either way, we win. And I don't think the thugs will be so tough when they're facing their own weapons in the hands of the enraged villagers. What if Zabuza's friend catches us sneaking into his house? Kakashi asked. I've already got a shadow clone transformed into a bug hiding under Zabuza's bed. I'm pretty sure I can release a sleeping gas without anyone noticing. They have a few traps, but they should be easy to get around without anyone watching. All right, Naruto, we'll follow your plan. We'll leave an hour after sunset. So, Inari, do you still think it's pointless to go against Gato? Inari shook her head. Can I go? Naruto chuckled. Sorry, kid. Maybe some thugs are patrolling or something and the sleeping gas won't catch them. We're ninjas, we can easily take care of a couple of thugs, but it's not so easy to fight and protect yourself at the same time. That reminds me, most of us should actually use transformation on Zabuza, and one of us should do it to his friend, so if they see us, we can blame them. We already know Zabuza likes using clones, so it wouldn't be out of the question if 3 Zabuzas showed up. CS. The next morning, Gato was sleeping soundly when one of his subordinates came running into his bedroom shouting, "Boss! Boss! Wake up! We've been robbed." The dwarf gangster/businessman woke up feeling quite cold. He turned over, wondering where his comfortable blanket had gone, rubbed his eyes and grunted, "What's wrong, Zori?" Then she blinked. "What the hell? Zori, why are you in your underwear?" "We've been robbed, boss. Everyone's in their underwear, including you. They've taken all our weapons. They've broken into the warehouse and the money's gone." That caught Gato's attention. "What?" he roared. He leaped out of bed, noticing absent-mindedly that, indeed, he was only wearing boxer shorts and a t-shirt, instead of the silk pajamas he'd put on the night before, and that, indeed, he was missing the sheets. He bolted from the room faster than he could have imagined, stopping only to pick up his trusty pimp's cane in case he needed to whack one of his more idiotic employees. "No, my money, all my precious Rio, and my beloved American Girl dolls collection." Gato fell to his knees and pounded the floor of the empty warehouse with his fists. All the thugs who heard him broke out in a sweat. American doll collection? Perhaps he meant those strange plastic Barbie dolls that had arrived from outside the elemental countries? It should be noted that there wasn't a single woman among Gato's employees, and none of the men had daughters, so it was unlikely that any of them knew anything about dolls. Boss, what's wrong, Waraji? And put on a shirt. You're wearing even less than the rest of my henchmen." Waraji, a burly, muscular man with tattoos, never wore a shirt. He didn't even own one. Ironically, he seemed less uncomfortable in his attire than most of the other thugs. "Chief, should we call the police?" Gato looked at Waraji strangely. Zori slapped him on the back of the neck. "Idiot! We killed the police, remember?" "Ah, right." Another mercenary had something to say. "Boss, some patrols said they were defeated by those ninjas you hired. Zabuza and his buddy. Haku, I think." Gato's face turned red. Steam rose from his ears. He roared, "I'm going to kill those damn thieves. Follow me." Raising his staff, Gato ran toward the house Zabuza and Haku had requisitioned. On the dock, on the other side of town, barefoot, in his underwear, the villagers peered out of their windows to see a furious Gato leading his gang of half-naked, unarmed thugs through the center of town at a speed that was almost a sprint for his short legs and a trot for most of his followers. Gato didn't notice the camera flashes, but some of his men did, and they flinched. Haku awoke to the sound of nearly 100 bare feet pounding the floor as Gato and his thugs rushed toward his house. Peering out the window, Haku saw angry faces and swiftly used Chakra to draw water from the nearby ocean and form 2 ice swords. The androgynous ninja stood before the bed where Zabuza lay, still paralyzed, as Gato burst through the door, brandishing his staff. "You!" shouted the dwarf. "You stole my money." "You've gone mad," said Zabuza, who was awake but still paralyzed. "We haven't been to your mansion since last week," Haku said. "Don't lie. They saw you." Boss, what's wrong, Waraji?" Waraji pointed to a couple of green sacks with Rio symbols stuck on them. "Aha! Prove it. Men, kill, Haku attacked. In an instant, Gato and the 3 thugs who had managed to get through the door were dead. The next instant, Haku hurled an ice sword into the bathroom, where it severed the faucet and sent a jet of water flying. 2 seconds later, Haku had completed a series of hand seals, firing a volley of ice senbon, taking down the men trying to enter the room and spraying the helpless mercenaries outside with the needle-sized weapons. Then the villagers attacked. Led by Inari and Tsunami, with Team 7 disguised as civilians, a mob armed with all sorts of swords, rakes, shovels, and even pots and pans surged toward Gato's already defeated army. One of the thugs had the chance to say, "Fuck man, I'm not staying around here any longer." He turned and fled toward the docks, with the rest of Gato's half-naked ex-employees hot on his heels, all of them pursued by the angry mob. CS. Once Gato's remaining men had fled the country in some of the dead man's ships, Team 7 returned to Tsunade's house. Kakashi took out his orange book, leaned against a wall, and began to read. Naruto disappeared above. Inari shouted, "That was amazing! Hey Naruto, what are you doing?" and followed Naruto upstairs. Tsunami smiled, went to the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Sasuke said, "HN," and sat down at the dining room table to wait for breakfast. Tsunade did the same, without the HN. Sakura couldn't stand it. She shouted, "Why is everyone so calm? We just, I don't know, destroyed Gato and his entire army like it was nothing. And now we're sitting down to breakfast like nothing happened." Tsunade chuckled. "Well, Naruto came up with a really brilliant plan. And I guess he made a fantastic getaway yesterday. He's quite the super ninja, isn't he?" Sakura took a deep breath and thought for a moment. "I guess so. It's strange. Naruto has always been an idiot. He's the last in our class, you know? It's surprising he came up with this." And, Sakura continued, "He spent all of yesterday spying on Gato and Zabuza. I thought he was training. And then there's that shadow clone technique. Where did he learn it? Definitely not at the academy. And what's he doing now? Hiding from us." Sasuke. He turned to his remaining teammate. "Has Naruto always been so mysterious?" HN. Sasuke shrugged, drawing out the grunt in a way that meant, "I don't know." CS. "Naruto," Sasuke said, "fight me." It was the day after the victory over Gato, and Sasuke had finally mastered the tree-walking exercise. Naturally, once he mastered it, he demonstrated that he had far more chakra than Sakura, and he could climb up and down a tree 30 times without stopping, while Sakura could barely manage 10. Although Team 7 had, in practice, completed their mission to protect Tsunade by eliminating the threat to his life, they were still contracted to provide bodyguard services until the bridge was finished. So they had to stay for about 2 more weeks. Oddly enough, a bridge this massive should only take a month and a half to build. Tsunade had heard about a bridge in a faraway place across the ocean called San Francisco, where they had built one, not much longer than the waves, that took them 4 years. He couldn't explain why there was such a huge difference in construction speed. It wasn't like they were using chakra powers to build the waves bridge. He had met a captain who blamed it on syndicates, but Tsunade didn't understand what pipes had to do with a bridge, or why they inspired such disgust in him. In any case, Team 7 had to stay. They took turns guarding the bridge while Tsunade was there, and today Kakashi assigned Sakura to the watch, which meant Sasuke and Naruto were free to train. "Why do you want to fight me?" Naruto asked. Sasuke almost lost his temper. "To see who's stronger." "Ooh-hoo," said Naruto. "You want to train. It's very different from a fight." TCH. "Whatever. Are you coming? What's in it for me?" "What?" Sasuke gasped. He thought Naruto would use this opportunity to test his strength. "I said, what's in it for me? Why would I want to train with you?" Sasuke thought for a moment. "Practice," he declared. "You can practice getting beaten up." Naruto snorted. "I'm fine, thanks." Kakashi, however, had different ideas. Naruto will be good for teamwork. If they train together, they'll learn about each other's fighting styles and be able to coordinate better in a real fight. Naruto pouted. "Fine. Sensei, could you judge? Someone has to drag you 2 back here when you pass out." "Okay," Naruto said cheerfully. "Right where you learned to walk in trees. See you there." He ran out the door. 5 minutes later, Sasuke and Kakashi arrived and found Naruto lying in a hammock hanging in the center of the clearing, secured between 2 trees with a rope. Kakashi stopped at the edge of the clearing. "Naruto," Sasuke grumbled, trudging heavily toward the hammock. "We're supposed to fight, not sleep." Whoosh! A trap caught Sasuke by the feet and hung him upside down from a tree branch. Sasuke screamed, like a little girl. Naruto sat up in the hammock and took a picture. "That's how I fight," Naruto said. Sasuke threw a kunai at Naruto. It was surprisingly accurate, considering the position from which he threw it. As Naruto deflected the kunai, Sasuke dodged the trap. Sasuke threw a handful of shurikens at Naruto. Naruto just lay back in the hammock and let the ninja stars bounce around. That hammock looked like it was woven with steel or something. "Ah, This is life. Sip. Where did she get that lemonade? Sasuke flew into a rage. He attacked Naruto again. The ground collapsed beneath his feet. A loud thud was heard as he hit the bottom and fell backward. Ugh! What is this? Naruto snapped his fingers and a piece of rope descended from the canopy with a sealed paper tag at the end. It stopped above Sasuke's face. Boom! Said Naruto. I win. Winner? Naruto, declared Kakashi. Fine. You win. Now get me out of here. Okay, said Naruto very happily. A pungent liquid oozed from the paper tag. The good news was that it dissolved the sticky substance that had trapped Sasuke. Naruto got another embarrassing photo, and it smelled deliciously orange and citrusy. The bad news was that Sasuke was soaked. The delicious orange and citrus scent was incredibly strong, and the remnants of the sticky substance, combined with the liquid, were quite sticky. So when Sasuke climbed out of the hole, he would be covered in brown mud. Gak! Sasuke stammered. He climbed out of the hole, furious. What the hell was that? What do you mean? Naruto asked, seemingly puzzled. I want a real fight. Practice. Anything. Not some stupid obstacle course with traps. I told you that's how I fight. You weren't fighting. You were just lying in that stupid hammock. Get out of there and fight me. Wait. You mean two people running towards each other and shooting at each other with swords or knives or jutsu and blocks and dodging and all that crap? Yes. Finally. The last one to arrive gets it. Go find a samurai. Remember what I told Inari 2 days ago? True ninjas don't fight. True ninjas only win. And I just won. Great, that's what we'll do. How about another round? If you don't surrender right now, I'll put up poster-sized prints of these photos all over Konoha. Grr. Hey, cheer up. I have another lemonade. Stomp. 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 Sasuke headed towards the shore, hoping to get rid of the dirt covering him before anyone else saw him. I promise you, it's not poisoned. And this is not a joke. Trample. 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 Kakashi-sensei? Would you like some lemonade? Kakashi approached cautiously, using his Sharingan to scan for traps. CS. 2 weeks later, Team 7 finally returned to Konoha. This time using the tree climbing skills Sasuke and Sakura had just learned to leap through the trees in a straight line to their hidden village, meaning everyone, including their mother, knew where it was. Suddenly, Kakashi shouted, "Stop! We have company." Zabuza Momochi landed on a tree branch in front of them. Beside him, Haku Yuki landed on another branch, this time without his ninja hunter mask. Zabuza was carrying a massive katana, obviously one that had belonged to one of Gato's mercenaries. "Hataki," said Zabuza. "That was a very clever trick you pulled to get Gato to attack us. We appreciate the money, but I want my sword back." "Huh? Your sword?" "Kakashi-sensei, I'm pretty sure you're referring to that enormous butcher knife you used to fight us last time. What was it called?" "The Kyubi Butcher." Kakashi choked. "Whatever," Naruto continued. "I was the one who defeated you last time. I kept the sword, and I won't give it back. You were tasked with killing an innocent man, which means you must accept the risk of losing your life, your apprentice Haku's life." Naruto nodded to Haku, "Or anything else of value to you. It's part of the business. It's Kubikirabocho. What if I tell you I'll kill you if you don't give it back?" "Why, Zabuza? Are you looking for a fight?" Naruto seemed too indifferent to this. Zabuza drew his katana. Kakashi tensed up to block Zabuza. Naruto made a single seal with one hand. Zabuza froze, shouted a curse, and fell boneless from the branch he was about to jump from. "Master Zabuza!" Haku shouted, lunging to grab the sword master. "Hey, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "What did you just do? Do you remember the chakra disruption and paralysis seal I put on him the first time we fought?" "Yes, they never removed it. They just waited for his chakra to run out, which means I could easily activate it the same way I did the first time." While Kakashi chuckled discreetly and Sakura and Sasuke looked confused, Naruto shouted, "Haku!" Haku, who had managed to catch Zabuza, looked up from the forest floor. There's a fairly large rebellion movement in Kiri, led by a woman named Mei Terumi, seeking to overthrow Yagura and stop the bloodline massacres. I think you and Zabuza would be interested in joining forces, wouldn't you? Haku looked surprised, very surprised. We'll check it out. Thanks, Naruto. Haku walked away, carrying Zabuza over one shoulder. CS, Naruto, Sakura said. I have a question. They had just entered Konoha and were heading to the Hokage Tower to make their report. Yes, Sakura? You had one of those shadow clones spying on Zabuza and Haku for days, didn't you? Yes, I had one transformed into a bug hiding under Zabuza's bed. Then, after Haku killed Gato, the clone he had transformed into Gato's pimp's cane was there too. The question is, was Haku a boy or a girl? I don't know, Naruto yelled, pulling at his hair. He didn't want to peek at Haku in the bathroom, and Haku didn't change clothes in the bedroom because Zabuza was there. Haku seems to have a girl's face, but Haku doesn't seem to have any girly features. But I can't be sure because Haku always wore that fluffy pink girl's pajama set, and Haku's kimono covers everything. And Zabuza doesn't talk much, but when he did, he never said anything that indicated Haku's gender. You'll have noticed that I never use pronouns when talking about Haku. It's so frustrating, and I didn't want to just ask, because that would be rude. If Haku turned out to be a boy, it would be like calling him a sissy boy, and if he turned out to be a girl, it would be like saying she wasn't pretty enough, which is totally untrue. And then Haku could be a boy pretending to be a girl, or a girl pretending to be a boy, and any answer Haku gives could be a lie anyway. Do you really think Haku is pretty? Is that what you got from my speech? Yes. Isn't it obvious? Sasuke, Haku is relatively pretty, isn't she? HN. It was a rather ambiguous grunt. Look, even Sasuke thinks Haku is pretty. And I've never heard Sasuke compliment a girl before. Sakura wasn't happy with this revelation, for several reasons, most of them related to her ego. But she hid it well and said jokingly, so, could they be in love with a boy? Arf! Naruto screamed. Is that a bad thing? Sasuke asked, thinking Sakura would stop being in love with him if she thought he was gay. It was the biggest mistake of his life. Yowie! Sakura shouted so loudly that the birds in the forest atop Mount Hokage flew up in surprise. All the Yowie fans in Konoha, and the one and only fan, heard the war cry and rushed over to find out the latest rumor. Naruto, sensing a disturbance in the force, said, Sensei, I'll see you at the tower, and disappeared so fast that Kakashi would have sworn he used the Flying Thunder God technique if that weren't completely impossible. Fans came from all over, surrounding Kakashi and Sasuke. Details, Sakura? Details. Sakura pointed at Sasuke, but her voice was drowned out by the crowd. It's forbidden love, one girl shouted. But with whom? Another asked. Somehow, a preteen put two and two together and yelled, Sasuke and Kakashi, forbidden love. Chi 3. Kakashi decided, at that moment, to request another long C-rank mission outside the village. CS. Hello, Grandpa, said Naruto, entering the Hokage's office. Naruto, you're back. Hiruzen was pleased to see that his adopted grandson had not been affected by the mission. Yes, mission successful. Although the sensei and the team will probably be late. They were attacked by Yaoi fanatics. Hiruzen, Naruto, and the ANBU hiding in the room shuddered. The fanatics were scary. The Yaoi fanatics were even scarier. So, how did it go? Hiruzen asked. I have a new toy. Do you want to see it? Sure. Let's check out that new toy. Naruto pulled out a giant blade and brandished it. I stole it from some guy named Zabuza. I think he called it Kyuubi Butcher or something, which is weird because I don't think the fourth Hokage used it when he killed the Kyuubi. But anyway, this sword is awesome. Hiruzen choked. I think it's Kubikirabocho, Naruto. You say you ran into Zabuza Momochi on your mission. Yes. He was like, Gar. And Kakashi-sensei was like, JRRR. And then Zabuza made some clones, and then I made some more. And then one of my clones used Kawarimi with his sword and kicked him in the butt. And that's how I got the sword. That's a very unusual use of Kawarimi, Hiruzen said, surprised. Kawarimi was a defensive jutsu. It was meant to escape attacks. No one used it as an attack. And he said his clone performed it? Did Kakashi teach him the shadow clone? It made sense. After all, Naruto had a lot of chakra thanks to being a Jinchuriki. Aha! Said Naruto, dismissing it. And then we played a prank on Gato and blamed it on Zabuza and Haku, and Gato attacked Haku, and that didn't go very well for Gato. And then we kicked all of Gato's men out of the village in their underwear, and I took pictures. Want to see them? That sounds like a crazy story, Naruto. Can I see these photos? Naruto took a storage scroll from one of his pockets and opened a small stack of photos, which he handed to the Hokage. The first photo was of an enraged cat, leading his men through the city center in t-shirts and underwear, brandishing his elegant cane. The next picture was of Gato's army gathered around Zabuza and Haku's small house, with ice needles flying through the door. The third photo showed the villagers brandishing swords, picks, and other tools as they chased the thugs in their underwear. Finally, there were several photos of the holds of Gato's ships, with the Gato shipping label on the crates. Inside were tons of illegal drugs. Other photos showed shackles and chains, clearly indicating that Gato had been involved in human trafficking at some point. I thought you could send those photos to anyone who wants to know why Gato is gone. I see. That's quite an achievement, Naruto. And who came up with this plan? Of course. I'm the king of jokes. Naruto struck a pose. That's when Kakashi and Sasuke limped into the room. Kakashi looked like a mess. His mask was torn in half on one side. His forehead protector was on backwards. His vest was unbuttoned. He was quite disheveled, and his gravity-defying hair was braided. Sasuke looked traumatized. His clothes were askew. He was missing a sandal, and his usual duck-like hairstyle was disheveled and droopy. He had lipstick on his cheek and an expression of utter horror on his face. Naruto, Kakashi said hoarsely. You abandoned us. Naruto simply laughed discreetly and took a picture. CS, that afternoon, someone knocked on the door of the house where Mei Terumi was staying with some of her advisors. I'll bring it, Lady Mei, Chojiro said. Flash mail delivery for Mei Terumi, said a man in a delivery uniform. He had one of those totally forgettable faces. Miss Mei. Yes, it's me, Mei said from behind Chojiro. Where do you want me to open this? It's about 2.5 meters long, the delivery man asked. Right here at the entrance should be fine, Mei said, pulling Chojiro aside. Chojiro blushed when she placed her hand on his shoulder. The delivery man left a huge butcher's sheet open on the floor. Is that Kubikiribocho? Mei asked. Have a nice day, miss, the delivery man said softly, as if nothing was wrong. As he turned to leave, they read the message on the back of his delivery jacket. Postcard of Whirlwind. We deliver anywhere, to anyone. Fast, secure, and confidential. It's authentic, Ao announced, entering the room and inspecting the sword with the Byakugan beneath the eye patch. There's an envelope attached to the hilt. It seems secure. Let's see what it says. He opened the envelope with a kunai and took out a note. Dear Miss Terumi, I expect Zabuza Momochi and his apprentice, Haku Yuki, to join your army in about a month. If they don't, you can surely find someone else worthy to wield this sword. If they do, tell them to remember ninja rule number 0. A friend. What is the number 0 secret ninja rule? Chojiro asked. Ao grunted. It's an old saying they had in Kiri, before the Second Ninja War. It goes, don't mess with the Uzumaki. CS, How to Be a Ninja, by Minato Namikaze. Chapter 4. True ninjas don't fight. True ninjas only win. Ninjas fight in the shadows. Samurai fight in the light of day. The ideal ninja is one who achieves all their goals in the easiest way possible, and that usually means without fighting. Ninjas who fight using only chakra and physical strength are only using a small fraction of their potential. There are many forms of power. Use them all to become the most successful ninja you can be. Of course, there will be situations where you'll face someone you couldn't eliminate before they attacked you. Ambushes, direct confrontations, surprise attacks, things like that. In these cases, it's important that you don't engage in a fair fight. Find a way to cheat. Set traps, use last-minute blackmail, get away with trickery, fight dirty. And as a last resort, use an incredibly powerful S-rank jutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique to beat them senseless before they even have time to react. See Chapter 9 for more details on the Flying Thunder God technique. Author's note: the following sections are not written because their content is obvious and therefore boring. Section, and money is also power. Section, B, the power of persuasion. Section, C, blackmail. Section D Murder. Chapter 5. A Little Bit of Everything. Mizuki, a Chunin instructor at the Konoha Shinobi Academy, hid in the attic of an elderly merchant's house while exploring the Hokage Tower. Perfect, he thought as he watched the 3 genin from Team 7 leave after his report and go their separate ways. Now that the demon has returned to the city, I can proceed with my plans. He disappeared into the shadows as he followed Naruto back to his apartment. CS. Sasuke returned to the Uchiha clan's vast training grounds and began practicing his fire jutsu and shuriken jutsu. He couldn't be bothered to think about anyone but himself. CS. Sakura, Sakura, Ino whispered, grabbing her arm as Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto left the Hokage Tower. Ino gave Sasuke a look that was both furtive and flirtatious, a look that should have been impossible. Sakura, we need to talk. Sakura obeyed, and the two went to a restaurant to chat and eat. Something unusual these days for former friends/rivals. So, Ino asked, is it true? What is true? Sakura asked, pretending not to know. Sasuke, do you know? Sakura seemed conflicted. Wait a minute. Sakura, the pink-haired girl, looked guilty. Did you start the rumor that Sasuke is gay? Sakura broke down. She let out a little laugh. And what about having passionate yaoi kissing sessions with Kakashi-sensei? I didn't think of Kakashi as a partner, but of the gay ones. You know I don't like that stuff, Ino snapped. She wasn't a fan of yaoi, only of Sasuke. She'd heard the rumor secondhand. Why? Well, it's a long story. Spill it, Ino ordered. You see, we were on our first C-rank mission, and there was an enemy ninja. Sakura told Ino all about Haku and his infuriating androgyny. And then Sasuke said, would it be that bad? So it was like, he didn't say he liked guys, but he implied it. And I started thinking it's yaoi and, so you don't know? Wow, I really hope he's not gay. Sakura sighed. Yeah, I guess. Then she lit up. Sasuke didn't seem to like being kissed by that yaoi fanatic. He was like, ugh. And she made an exaggerated face to show Sasuke's reaction. So, no? Thank goodness. It's not that I'm against gay people. But, it's Sasuke, honey. Ino sighed. Sakura frowned. Yeah. Well, I guess I got jealous, and Sasuke and Naruto were talking about Haku like that, and I had to win them back. Ino and Sakura spent a few minutes simply eating their low-calorie meals before Sakura came up with another topic. Ino, she began, has Naruto always been so mysterious? She wiggled her fingers to emphasize the last word. Mysterious. Ino repeated. You mean Sasuke? He's a mysterious guy. No, I mean Naruto. Did you see what he was wearing earlier? Ino thought, wait, was that handsome boy next to Sasuke Naruto? Handsome? Sakura looked like the cat that caught the canary. Naruto handsome? Does that mean you're giving up on Sasuke? That's enough. You know what I mean? I was wearing not orange. Yes, exactly. He was wearing not orange. And he doesn't tell us anything about himself, and when we fought Zabuza, he knew a cloning jutsu they didn't teach us at the academy, and even though Zabuza couldn't have been very strong, Naruto knocked him out in an instant. And Naruto was very serious during the first half of the mission. I mean, he's still goofy and stupid, but sometimes it seems like he can switch it off. And when Kakashi-sensei was teaching us how to climb trees, Naruto already knew how, but Sasuke didn't. I can't believe Naruto knew something Sasuke didn't. That's impossible. Sasuke knows everything. Wait, climb trees? But everyone knows how to climb trees. Forehead. Your sensei doesn't teach you anything either. Does he? Ino shook her head and snorted. It's a chakra control exercise, Sakura explained. You climb a tree using only your feet, using chakra to stick to the tree. And I mean it. After Kakashi-sensei taught us how to climb trees, Naruto moonwalked up the tree like an 80s pop star. I tried it after learning regular moonwalking, but it's much harder. You have to concentrate chakra in the toe of the foot that isn't moving while completely cutting off the chakra of the foot that's sliding back, Ino seemed to be barely able to follow the conversation, but she nodded anyway. And then, Sakura continued, Naruto was the one who came up with the plan to get rid of Gato. That little Inari was so sad and kept saying, everyone's going to die, Gato's going to kill them. But Naruto told everyone that he spent the whole day spying on Gato and Zabuza, And he said, "Real ninjas don't fight, real ninjas just win." And then Naruto told Kakashi-sensei this whole plan, and it really sounded ingenious. At first, I thought he was just trying to outshine Sasuke, but Kakashi-sensei went along with it, and it worked. So what are you saying? That Naruto has been hiding things from us. Yes. Naruto has been hiding things from everyone. It's like he doesn't even know who he is anymore. Ino chewed for a moment. You know what this means, right? Hey, we have to investigate, Ino declared, dramatically throwing her fork into the air. We'll get to the bottom of this. We'll stalk his friends, follow him from the shadows, find out what he reads, if he reads anything at all. Find out who he likes and who he likes, find out where he eats and what he eats, and if he's mysterious, we'll debunk him. Ino gave him that Yamanaka look, as if she were searching for rumors, struck a pose and shouted, "Information wants to be free." Sakura shook her head. Then she smiled, jumped up, and hugged Ino. "I'm glad to have you back, Ino." Ino nodded and returned Sakura's hug. "I'm glad to have you back too, Sakura." Then Ino broke the hug and said, "But Sasuke is still mine." "No way, Ino pig. Sasuke is all mine." At that moment, an orange blur ran past the restaurant. "Ramen. I've missed you, Databeo." Ino and Sakura looked at each other and laughed. "Boys," they said in unison. CS. Hiruzen Sarutobi had long been one of the village's brightest minds, and this fact did not diminish him in his old age. After dismissing the 3 genin of Team 7, he asked their Jonin sensei to stay. Kakashi straightened up. His clothes fell back into place, and the tear in his mask vanished. However, the braids remained. "So, Kakashi, what's this I heard about you letting Naruto fight a missing A-rank ninja alone?" Kakashi was sweating. I didn't do it. I told the team to protect the client. I challenged Zabuza, we both awakened our killing intent, you know how it is. Then one of the guys, I'm not sure if it was Naruto or Sasuke, used a powerful wind jutsu to clear Zabuza's mist. And Naruto it reminded me of watching Minato-sensei fight. Blink and it's over. Except Naruto didn't even flinch. According to the description of Naruto's fight, Hiruzen said, he used shadow clones. He said he had one of them, Kawarimi with Zabuza's sword. Yes, a very creative use of the Kawarimi. He created 3 shadow clones, and 2 of them destroyed Zabuza's water clones. I didn't even see how they did it. The 3rd one used the Kawarimi on Zabuza's sword and placed a chakra disruption and paralysis tag on the back of his neck. Naruto activated it, and that was it. How long did it take him to learn the shadow clone jutsu? I suppose you taught it to him. Kakashi seemed confused. No, I didn't teach him. I thought you taught him. Perhaps he saw another Jonin perform the technique. Apparently the Ignore Me genjutsu in that book was very good. Possibly, Hiruzen said. There are several Jonin who know the shadow clone jutsu, and he could have obtained the sealing tag from a specialty shop. Has he shown any other unusual behavior? Well, he seems to know a lot about what's happening in Kiri. He told Zabuza's apprentice the name of the rebel leader, Mei Terumi. Once again, Hiruzen was surprised. That's not public knowledge. Jiraiya's spies reported his name years ago, but we never told anyone, not even the Shinobi Council. And as far as I know, Jiraiya hasn't had any contact with Naruto. I suppose he might have heard it from that Whirlwind employee he mentioned at the beginning of the mission. Whirlwind Postal, a new company that arrived about a year and a half ago. They have an office downtown. They specialize in fast, long-distance deliveries of letters and small packages. We deliver anywhere, to anyone, quickly, safely, and confidentially. That's their motto. Doesn't that interfere with our ninja missions of escorting scrolls and things like that? Kakashi asked. I thought the same thing, but there was nothing I could do about it. They're a civilian business and not a direct threat to our security. And it turns out the C-rank escort mission business has doubled in profit since Whirlwind started. We lost a lot of scroll delivery missions, but we gained a lot of personal escort missions, which, as you know, pay more than scroll deliveries. It seems better long-distance communication is making people travel more. Interesting. Well, I suppose if they really do ship to anywhere in the elemental countries, they'd need to know the general state of places like Kiri. Is the name Terumi in the public domain in Kiri? Yes, it is, Hiruzen said. The Mizuki offered a rather high reward for her. I suppose that explains Naruto's knowledge. Have you considered sending someone undercover as a whirlwind employee? It seems like it would be useful to find out what information they have about other countries, if only to know how much they know. Good idea. Thanks for the suggestion. Now back to Naruto. How strong is he? He managed to take down a Jonin-level rogue ninja with a single high-level ninjutsu and a couple of tricks. How are his other skills? Taijutsu? Shuriken and kunai throwing? Stealth? Chakra control? Has he made progress with genjutsu? Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. It seems he has good chakra control. He already knew the tree climbing exercise when I taught it to the others. Where did he learn that? He said he read it in a book. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow again. Naruto? Read a book, that's what he said. Okay. What about taijutsu and the other skills? I don't know. Kakashi. I've focused on their teamwork. CS. I've been acting too serious. Kakashi is starting to suspect my abilities, thought Naruto as he ran toward Ichiraku, now back in his orange jumpsuit. I certainly don't want to confide my secrets in him. He hasn't even tried to teach us anything besides tree climbing. Every ninja knows how to climb trees. I've seen them use it ever since I learned to spot the ninja running across Konoha's rooftops. I mean, he's not the only Jonin sensei who's lax in training his students, but he takes it to extremes. It's not exactly behavior that fosters team loyalty. Thank goodness I managed to reach the Hokage and give Grandpa a more discreet description of the mission and the encounter with Zabuza. Perhaps he would have been more curious if he'd only received Kakashi's abridged report. I may like Grandpa Hokage, but there's no way I'm going to tell him all my secrets. He hasn't even admitted to knowing my parents, and he hasn't even hinted at the existence of the Kyuubi. For the Hokage, Konoha comes first, since most of the inhabitants of Konoha don't like him. Of course, my tail isn't good enough to be an ANBU that Grandpa ordered to follow me. Whoever it is, they're terrible at stealth. I wonder who it is. That chakra signature looks familiar, low Chunin level. Good thing I'm already playing the village idiot. With a bright grin on his face, Naruto jumped up to his favorite ramen stand, shouting, "Ramen! I've missed you, Databeo, CS. Phew, although Mizuki, I don't know how some people don't see it. The fact that that brat can eat so much ramen in one sitting proves he's not human. Well, we'll see who's laughing at the end of the day. Now, let's see where you're going next, demon. I need you in the city, but I can't carry out my plan while you're out in public." Mizuki ran from one shadow to another as she followed Naruto wherever he went. CS. After eating 20 bowls of ramen, Naruto went to his dilapidated apartment in the bad part of town, grabbed a comic book, lay down on his rickety sofa, and started reading. Or rather, his shadow clone did. Deep underground, Naruto entered his training room to begin his physical training, when he noticed a couple of presences in addition to the hundreds of shadow clones practicing chakra control and ninjutsu. Shikamaru, it's been weeks since you came down. How are you doing? Shikamaru stopped folding his shadow and yawned. How troublesome. I heard you returned from your first C rank. We're still at D rank. Shino stated, we thought that once we joined the Genin teams, our Jonin sensei would start training us more seriously than at the academy. Makes sense, right? But it seems that's not the case. Shikamaru sensei is lazy enough to be a Nara, and Kurenai sensei only makes us train a couple of times a day. Yes, Naruto agreed. Kakashi sensei taught Sasuke and Sakura how to climb trees, and that was it. He never did any other training or teaching. But there are Jonin sensei who do train their students. You've seen Might Guy, right? Naruto's two friends trembled. I don't think I've ever seen anyone more troublesome, Shikamaru said. I agree with you, Naruto said. But the thing is, he trains his genin constantly. They spend more time training than on missions. I guess we'll have to do our own training, as we always have, Shino concluded. Yes, Naruto agreed. He remembered the day Shino and Shikamaru became his friends. CS, Naruto had just turned 9. It was mid-October, a month after discovering the fourth Hokage's book hidden in the library. He did the calculations and concluded that Minato Namikaze must be his father. He hadn't told anyone, but he had secretly begun training. Over the past month, Naruto's progress was both frustrating and astonishing. Frustrating because, as his father had suggested, Naruto wanted to build an underground training ground, but he didn't know any earth-based techniques for digging. There were no earth-based techniques in the book, and there were no elemental techniques in the Academy's library. Elemental chakra transformation was considered a Chunin level skill. On the other hand, objectively, Naruto's progress was astonishing because he had completed the chakra control exercises, from sticking to leaves to walking on trees and walking on water in a single month, and he had learned 2 of the Academy's 3 ninjutsu techniques, Henge and Kawarimi. At that moment, Naruto was in a very generic-looking transformation form, running at full speed across a pond, with several leaves stuck to his forehead and arms. He was trying to increase his control to the point where he could perform the Academy's shadow clone technique, an illusory clone that required very little chakra. Beads of sweat trickled down his neck as he concentrated on releasing the correct amount of chakra to each leaf, while simultaneously releasing a variable amount from his feet to stay afloat. It was then that 2 boys from Naruto Academy's class approached the pond. "Hey Naruto," said Shikamaru Nara, a skinny boy with a pineapple-style ponytail, waving his hand at the boy running across the water. Naruto lost his concentration and fell into the water, causing a loud splash. Puffing, he swam to the edge of the pond and got out. "Hello, who are you two?" Naruto asked, still under the transformation technique. "We know it's you, Naruto," said Shino Aburame, a quiet, dark-haired man with short hair who wore a high-collared jacket and sunglasses in the style of his clan. "Why?" "Because I followed you with one of my Kikeichu, the parasitic ninja beetles of the Aburame clan." Okay, you caught me, it's me." Naruto released the henge. "So, one question," Shikamaru slurred. "What's the class idiot doing practicing high-level chakra control exercises and mastering ninjutsu that we won't learn at the academy until next year?" Naruto sighed. "Can you keep a secret?" They both nodded. "Well, basically I'm hiding my abilities so people don't know what to expect from me when I become a ninja. My goal is to become a real ninja, someone who works stealthily and secretly, who uses deception as their best weapon. That's why I act like a fool and get the lowest scores. Well, that and sometimes I'm too tired after training and fall asleep in class. Can you keep this a secret?" "Problematic." "Yes," Shikamaru said. "That makes sense." "Of course I can keep it a secret," Shino said. "Okay. So one question," Naruto said. "What's the smartest kid in the class doing getting the second worst grades?" Shikamaru groaned. "How troublesome. Grades mean nothing in the real world. What's the point of trying? Do you want to train together?" CS. It turned out that Shino and Shikamaru weren't as interested in training as Naruto. It helped that they were both very uncompetitive. Even so, they trained with Naruto a couple of times a week. Naruto was quite annoyed to discover that they both learned the chakra control exercises faster than he did, even though neither of them had anywhere near his stamina. "We need a secret underground base where we can train in secret," Naruto said a month later, having finally mastered the bunshin and wanting to move on to the more interesting things his father had come up with. "Isn't that an exaggeration?" Shikamaru asked. "Huh? Exaggeration? What's that?" Naruto asked very seriously. "To exaggerate," Shikamaru defined it as spending too much effort on something that isn't worth it. "Oh, then no, it's not an exaggeration. I want to try out some training methods that I don't want anyone to see. The problem is that we need some Earth-style jutsu to make an underground training room. I'll check my family's library to see if we have any Earth-style scrolls," Shino said. "Likewise," Shikamaru sighed. "I need to start playing pranks on high-level ninjas," Naruto said. "I need to set up a cover before sneaking into places like the exclusive Chunin library, just in case I get caught." CS. One day, in a hollowed-out training room deep within Konoha, 2 root drones wearing white animal masks were training. Suddenly, stones began to fall from the sandstone ceiling, and both jumped back, assuming a defensive stance. The roof opened and a 9-year-old blonde boy fell on his bottom. She blinked and looked around. "Hello," she said cheerfully. "I was digging." He smiled broadly at them, stood up, dusted off his pants, and made some hand gestures. See you later, subterranean creatures, he sang, and plunged into the ground. The holes in the ceiling and floor closed, leaving no trace of anything. The two root drones blinked and looked at each other. Did that just happen? One asked in a tone of voice that went against Root's rules. I think so, said the other. It was funny. Then the anti-emotion seals that all root ninjas had tattooed on their skulls kicked in, and they both forgot what had ever happened. Mental note, Naruto thought as he dug horizontally after descending several meters. I need to figure out how to use Fuinjutsu to protect my base from strangers using Earth Release. Hide like a mole, CS, and that's how it began. So, said Naruto, now that we're all around 13 years old, we can start using lightweights and resistance seals without having to worry about stunting our growth. I prefer the stamina seals, Shikamaru said. As your father wrote, speed is everything in a fight, and seals are better for training speed. Yes, Naruto had shared most of his father's book with his two friends. They couldn't read it because of the powerful Genjutsu seal, and some things were private, but Naruto could certainly copy sections of the book by hand. I'm afraid I'll have to continue with the weights, Shino said. My Kikeichu will interfere with the resistance seals. Okay, Naruto said. I'll be using hand seals too. How about some light taijutsu training to get used to it? Only taijutsu. No chakra enhancement, Shikamaru declared. Pure taijutsu was Naruto's weakest point. At such a young age, it would have been unwise to attempt the intense strength training necessary to compete with the best taijutsu and weapons practitioners in terms of physical power. Without augmenting his body with chakra, he was a fair match for his two best friends in a 2-on-1 taijutsu duel. After all, he had practiced far more than they had. Of course, when Naruto compensated by using vast amounts of well-controlled chakra to strengthen his body, there was no competition. And when he finally multiplied his raw physical strength and speed through the new stamina seal training, it was impossible to predict how far he could go. CS, Naruto's clone, still reclining on the sofa reading his comic, felt his tail disappear. What could he be up to? Well, he hasn't found out anything about me yet. Then, Naruto's clone sensed a pair of familiar chakra signatures approaching. Sakura and Ino. What are they doing in this part of town? They're right outside my window. I think they're spying on me. Naruto's clone hid his devilish smile behind his comic book. He took a deep, discreet breath, wiggled his butt, and expelled all the air through his lips into a raspberry to simulate a huge fart. Then he grunted, that's better. Sakura and Ino were left drowning. Phew, said Naruto's clone, waving his comic book in front of his nose. I think I need to air this place out. He walked over to the window as if to open it. Before he was halfway there, his enhanced hearing picked up the sound of Ino and Sakura running away. When he reached the window, he looked out and saw something that would have frozen the blood in his veins, if he had had any. CS. Mizuki infiltrated the Hokage Tower, using a transformation technique to impersonate Naruto. He had discovered all the traps and security measures surrounding his target months ago, and his plans were ruined when that demon managed to pass the exam. It took him months to devise an alternative plan. No one saw him as he dodged the guards and carefully deactivated or circumvented each trap before finally reaching the treasure. Oh, Orochimaru was going to be so pleased. When Mizuki took the forbidden scroll of seals and hung it on her back with a strap, she didn't notice that there was something shining on the shelf after she picked it up. Naruto, what are you doing? Mizuki jumped back in surprise when the Hokage himself stood in front of him. Oh, right, I still have the face of the demon child. Hey, who are you? Shouted a 9-year-old boy, running up. Are you trying to steal that scroll? I'll stop you. No, Konohamaru. Back off. That's not Naruto. It was too late. Konohamaru pulled out a wooden kunai and attacked Mizuki, who punched the boy in the stomach, pulled out a real kunai, and put it to Konohamaru's neck. Let me go or your grandson will die, Mizuki threatened. With an angry expression on his face, the Hokage stepped back. Mizuki ran out the window, still holding Konohamaru by the neck with the kunai. He ran through the streets of Konoha, still wearing Naruto's face. CS, Naruto groaned. That was brutal, Shino groaned. Her insects buzzed silently. Shikamaru yawned. Naruto, What do you think about bringing some clouds down here? The three of them were lying on their backs after their first workout with weights and stamps. Shino growled again. Shika, Shino said. Don't make him start with Fuinjutsu. It was already too late. Well, Naruto began. I suppose I could design a genjutsu seal that reflects physical light, making the ceiling blue like the sky and putting clouds up there. But there's a problem with distance perception. The clouds would look too close. A mind-affecting genjutsu to fix that would be annoying for anyone who can sense other chakra in their system. Ideally the seal would track everyone's location in the room and aim photons at their eyes at just the right angles so the clouds appear distant, but that would be more complex than the 8 trigrams seal. Of course, we don't have to worry about ridiculously high chakra levels, so it's nowhere near as dangerous as the QB seal. Naruto, Shino interrupted. Remind me again why you're the last in our year, and then I'd have to figure out how to create clouds with random shapes, which will be quite an interesting algorithm. Or maybe I could just copy the appearance of the sky outside, which would require a camera connected to the sky genjutsu. Actually, several cameras to be able to capture all the angles of the sky, and probably a modified security seal to prevent birds and insects from landing on the cameras. But what about the rest of the weather? We don't want it to look like it's raining down here without getting wet. We'll probably need to store recordings of nice, partly cloudy days. We need a seal to recognize optimal weather patterns. We'll probably have to use one of my new deep neural network seals for that. Thank goodness I came up with the 3-dimensional seal technique, or I'd literally have square kilometers of seals for each neural network. Shikamaru yawned loudly and meaningfully. All right, said Naruto, jumping up energetically. I'll send out some shadow clones. He summoned 5 shadow clones that immediately darted through a tunnel to another part of the underground complex. Shino and Shikamaru decided to take a nap. It was then that Naruto received a memory of the shadow clone in his apartment. CS, I'll hide in the alley next to the demon child's apartment, seal my treasure in a scroll, unleash my transformation, knock out the Hokage's grandson, and leave. Everyone will think the demon child stole the scroll. Even the Hokage himself will struggle to deny it, even if he senses my chakra signature. This was Mizuki's plan. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't counted on anything. Hey! Naruto shouted, landing on the street in front of him. I don't know who you are, but you're not me. So what are you going to do about it? You're just a stupid genin who shouldn't even have passed the Academy's final exam. And in case you haven't noticed, I have the Hokage's grandson right here. He lifted Konohamaru up, who looked almost dead from fear. Naruto pondered for a moment, sharpening his senses. Suddenly, he realized who he was talking to. Interesting situation. There's just one problem. Mizuki. Mizuki gasped. How? Well, you figured me out, but it won't do you any good. He released the transformation technique and hugged Konohamaru even tighter. It seems you don't understand your situation, Naruto said. You see, that's not the Hokage's grandson. The boy under Mizuki's arm was enveloped in white smoke. When it dissipated, what Mizuki was holding was a life-size wooden puppet with spiky brown hair and an extremely creepy appearance. The puppet's head creaked and jerked as it rotated 180 degrees on its neck and stared directly into Mizuki's eyes with its painted face. Mizuki! Mizuki! Said the puppet in a metallic, childlike voice, as if it were coming from a loudspeaker. Iya! Mizuki screamed, dropping the puppet and kicking it against the side of a building. The puppet disappeared in another puff of smoke. Naruto chuckled. And one more thing. Your stealth is terrible. You're even worse at stalking than Hinata. An eep! Was heard from an alley somewhere along the way. I'll kill you, you QB brat! Mizuki shouted. He pulled out another kunai and lunged at Naruto. Hey, Grandpa! Naruto called. Whenever you're ready. The Hokage lunged at Mizuki like a sledgehammer. 2.5 seconds later, the traitor was a groaning pile of broken bones, and Hiruzen held the scroll of seals in one hand and his bow staff in the other. Grandpa! Konohamaru shouted, running out of Naruto's apartment, building into his grandfather's arms. CS, wow! Said Ino. See what I mean? Sakura whispered. Mysterious. They both turned around when they heard Naruto scream and saw the whole scene with Mizuki, as did dozens of other villagers. She just rescued that child. And where did she get that creepy puppet? exclaimed Ino. And that was Mizuki-sensei? Sakura asked. Ino nodded. That's right. And he calls the Hokage grandpa. What does that mean? For some reason, he seems to be very close to the Hokage, Sakura explained. It's not the first time I've seen Naruto call the Hokage grandpa or old man at first. I thought he was being disrespectful, but the Hokage just smiled at him. But I don't know why. It's getting more and more mysterious. Ino said. You know what this means, right? Sakura nodded. More research, CS, while Ino and Sakura acted like, well, 12-year-old girls. Hiruzen took Konohamaru and Naruto back to the Hokage Tower, where he replaced the scroll of seals and reactivated the security, then led them back to his office. Naruto, I owe you my gratitude, Hiruzen said. Konohamaru tells me that you saved him from danger even before he jumped in front of Mizuki. Yeah, no problem. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I assume you used the same method as with Zabuza. A shadow clone with a Kawarimi? Naruto nodded. Interesting contact with the henge. Yes, said Konohamaru from his grandfather's lap. That puppet was scary. I wonder why you didn't face Mizuki yourself, like you did with Zabuza. Oh, Naruto's face darkened. I just didn't want everyone watching to see how dangerous the Kyuubi boy could be. I was going to ask you about that, Konohamaru said with the sensitivity of an 8-year-old. Why did Mizuki call you Kyuubi boy? Naruto, don't worry, Grandpa. I figured it out years ago, Naruto said earnestly. The villagers have called me Kyuubi boy and demon spawn for as long as I can remember. And you always dodged the question when I asked you who my parents were. Hiruzen frowned, wondering if Naruto had discovered who his parents were. Konohamaru, Naruto continued, did anyone ever tell you about the attack 13 years ago, when the great nine-tailed demon fox, Kyuubi no Kitsune, attacked Konoha? Yes, of course, the boy agreed. Everyone knows that the fourth Hokage defeated the Nine-Tails. And that's true, but it's not the whole truth. Aha, said Konohamaru. Get to the point already. You see, Naruto explained. The Kyuubi was my dad. Hiruzen choked. 2 ANBU lost concentration, fell from the roof and hit the ground headfirst. Konohamaru said, Wow, really? Really? Naruto nodded. I see, said Konohamaru, having solved a great mystery. That explains the whiskers. Yes, I suppose so. Aren't you afraid? Konohamaru shook his head. It's pretty brutal, actually. Hey, Naruto, can you teach me a jutsu? Sure, I suppose. Great. I'll call you boss. Just like your smoked clone did at home. Konohamaru grinned. Seeing the perfect shot, Naruto took a picture of Konohamaru smiling in his grandfather's lap, while his grandfather was still frozen in horror. Hey boss, why did you take a picture? I'll show it to you after I develop it. He turned around and took another picture of the 2 ANBU, sprawled out on the ground in an undignified manner. Hiruzen finally thawed out. Naruto, he said, I don't know how to say this, but your father wasn't the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Huh, Konohamaru said. You mean the Kyuubi was its mother? No, neither of Naruto's parents were more than human, and you just played a trick on me, didn't you? Naruto's Cheshire smile said it all. CS, How to Be a Ninja, by Minato Namikaze, Chapter 5, A Little Bit of Everything. A good ninja is a well-rounded ninja. A good ninja knows a little of every possible ninja art and is always willing to learn more. And most importantly, a good ninja knows several ways to counter every possible ninja art. Therefore, in this Chapter 1 have listed all the major branches of ninja arts that I know of along with my thoughts on them. Author's note. Yes, they are boring even to write and probably even more so to read, so I will omit them. Section A. Ninjutsu, Ninja Chakra Techniques. Section B. Jinjutsu, Illusions. Section C. Taijutsu, Unarmed Martial Arts. Section D. Armament. Section E. Poison. Section F. Kekkei Genkai, Bloodline Limits. Section G. Chakra Detection. Section H. Puppets. Section I. Summoning Creatures. Section J. Senjutsu, Sage Arts. Section K. Fuinjutsu, Written Seals. Chapter 6. Control. Stop, it tickles. Naruto laughed, pushing Konohamaru's hand away. After Naruto lifted the top of his orange tracksuit along with his undershirt and molded chakra to show the seal on his stomach, the toddler jumped off his grandfather's lap and proceeded to touch Naruto's stomach with his 8-year-old fingers. "How does it work?" Konohamaru asked. Naruto looked at the Hokage with a questioning expression on his face. Hiruzen smiled and nodded, as if to say, "Go on, explain it to him." "Well, have you ever used a storage scroll?" Naruto asked, dropping his shirt to cover his stomach again. "No," Konohamaru shook his head. "But I've seen Grandpa do it." Naruto scratched his head for a moment and then pulled a scroll out of his pocket. "This," Naruto said, "is a blank scroll." He unrolled it on the ground, revealing an intricate spiral design made with countless lines of ink. Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. "That's not a standard storage scroll. It's an Uzumaki seal. Did Naruto make it himself? The paper is new. He couldn't have found it anywhere." Then another idea struck him. Letting Konohamaru interrogate Naruto might be the best idea I've had since I stole that crystal ball during the Second Shinobi World War. "Now, do you have anything to store in the parchment?" Konohamaru reached into his pocket and pulled out a wooden kunai. "Perfect," Naruto declared. "Place the kunai on top of the scroll, in the middle of the seal design." "Do you know how to channel chakra?" "Yes," Konohamaru smiled. "Like when Sensei taught me the paper gluing exercise, right?" "Exactly," Naruto said. "Place your finger on the seal. Now think, I want to put this kunai into the scroll and channel some chakra into the seal." With a puff of smoke, the wooden practice kunai disappeared inside the parchment. "Now," Naruto said, "this scroll is special. In fact, you can add a lot of things to it without even taking out your kunai." Naruto grabbed the chair he'd been sitting on, dragged it along, and placed one leg on the scroll, sealing the chair inside. "There are 3 things you need to be careful about. First, you can't keep anything alive in this scroll, so no people or animals can be hidden. Second, the limit of this scroll is 500 cubic meters, which is about half the size of this room. So if you can't add anything to the scroll, it's probably because it's already full. And third, when you take things out, they'll all come out at once. So make sure you have enough space to empty them out when you do." "I understand." Naruto handed the scroll to Konohamaru. "All right, now I want you to think. I want to draw everything from this scroll, while channeling chakra into it." Naruto took a step back and Konohamaru opened the kunai and the scroll chair. "Great!" Konohamaru shouted. Naruto rolled up the scroll and handed it to Konohamaru along with the kunai. "Keep it, it's yours." "Thank you, brother." "No problem, Konohamaru." Getting back to our original conversation, can you guess what this seal does? Naruto lifted his shirt again, revealing the 8 trigrams seal. "Does that make you a storage scroll?" Konohamaru said. "Exactly," Naruto exclaimed, beaming. "My stomach is like a scroll containing a giant, furry, talking, 9-tailed creature. That's why this seal is so different from the scroll. This one is designed to contain tailed beasts like the Kyuubi. So, if you channel some chakra into the seal, could you bring out the Kyuubi again?" Konohamaru asked. Naruto snorted. "No, actually, this one is designed so you can never summon the Kyuubi again." This wasn't entirely true, but Naruto wasn't about to say anything about it. "Konohamaru," Hiruzen said seriously. "Yes, Grandpa, this is important. You must never tell anyone about the Kyuubi sealed in Naruto. Not your friends, not your teacher. It's an S-rank village secret, which means you could be sentenced to death for revealing it. Do you understand?" Konohamaru nodded seriously. "All right. Now why don't you two help me wake up these brave NBU, who seem to have fainted on our floor?" Hiruzen received 2 evil smiles in response, very evil smiles. "Can we use fire?" Konohamaru asked. "CS." After waking the 2 guards in the most embarrassing way possible, Hiruzen sent Konohamaru home to his mother, who, fortunately or unfortunately, had not been one of the 2 people present in the room during his time with the ANBU. He then sent the ANBU to guard the room's doors from outside and used a privacy seal to prevent anyone from overhearing him. This left Naruto alone with Hiruzen, who had questions whose answers he didn't want his grandson to hear. "Naruto, how did you really find out about the Kyuubi?" the Hokage asked. Naruto remembered when he was 9 years old. Well, CS, the new underground training room was finally ready for use. Shikamaru, Shino, and Naruto racked their brains searching every library they could find for an earth-release jutsu that could excavate a large space beneath the rock, until Naruto finally devised a method using the hide-as-a-mole technique, which temporarily transforms the excavated earth and rock into soft sand to extract large chunks of rock and seal them in storage scrolls. After excavating a cavern large enough, they smoothed the walls and floor with multiple earth-style walls. Naruto painted chakra-absorbing seals on the walls, ceiling, and the rock beneath the earthen floor to prevent anyone from perceiving his training methods. Additionally, Naruto painted seals on the ceiling to maintain fresh air and provide light. The result was a gigantic underground chamber, deep beneath the surface of the bedrock, 120 meters wide in both directions and 30 meters high. It was glorious. Today, Naruto was alone in the training room. Feeling accomplished after finishing their project, Shikamaru and Shino decided to take a couple of days off. Naruto, on the other hand, was very excited. He could finally take his training to the next level. Naruto formed a cross-shaped hand seal with his index fingers. Concentrating his chakra, he shouted, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." 200 clones appeared in the training room. Naruto frowned. He didn't even feel tired. "All right, everyone spread out. I need more space." His clones obeyed. Naruto took a deep breath and focused all the chakra he could. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. This time, 1,000 new clones appeared in a gigantic cloud of white smoke. Naruto smiled. Then he collapsed unconscious. CS. Naruto opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings. Normally, when I faint, I wake up right where I fell or in a hospital bed. Not to mention, flicker. I'm usually lying down." He had woken up in a concrete sewer tunnel with pipes above him, the water up to his ankles, which, oddly enough, wasn't dirty like in a normal sewer. He heard growling in the distance. "That's strange." "Well," said Naruto, "we could go and check it out." Instinctively walking on water, Naruto cautiously began to run. Finally, the sewer tunnel opened into a large, dark, and cavernous room. On one side were a pair of enormous doors made of metal bars, like a prison door. The doors appeared to be secured by a single piece of paper with the kanji for seal written on it. Beyond the doors, darkness reigned. Then a terrifying murderous intent, stronger than anything Naruto had ever felt, erupted from behind the doors. And enormous, glowing eyes appeared, and gigantic fangs, each taller than Naruto himself. Naruto froze in fear. "Hello, human," the creature said. Its voice echoed through the room, sending shivers down Naruto's spine. Naruto jumped back. "What the heck?" Naruto shouted. "It's a giant, talking, carnivorous rabbit." "I am not a rabbit," roared the creature. "I am the great nine-tailed demon fox, Kyubi no Kitsune. Bow down to me, pawn." "Kyubi," Naruto said. "You don't seem so tough." "Grrrarj," roared the now-named Kyubi, crashing into the cage doors. "Besides," Naruto said, "you're definitely a rabbit. No one else has ears as long and cute as those." He nodded as if to confirm his conclusion. "How dare you, spawn of a womp and a hut. I'm not cute. Are you a Star Wars fan? Darth Maul is my favorite character. I bet your favorite is some mediocre character like that crybaby Luke or that green shrimp preacher, Yoda." "Hey, Yoda is awesome. But yeah, Luke is a bit of a coward. And my favorite character is Boba Fett." "Boba Fett? Nobody knows anything about him. I'll never understand why people like Boba Fett. He's not even a real character. He only has about 18 lines in all the Star Wars movies, and most of them are in some of those awful prequels." "Exactly," Naruto explained. "He's like a ninja. Of course, nobody knows anything about him." "Whatever. What do you want now, human? Did you come here to demand some of my power?" Kyubi growled. "Huh? No, I don't want anything. Well, actually, I want to know where I am and how I got here. And preferably how to get out too." "Don't you want my chakra?" "Why would I want your chakra? And isn't it yours? How could I possibly use it?" "You don't know, do you?" "Did you know?" Kyubi snorted. 9 years ago, that stupid blonde sack of meat, your fourth Hokage, sealed me inside you. Humans with bijou sealed inside them are called Jinchuriki human sacrifices. Jinchuriki can use their bijou's chakra to gain power and become fearsome fighting machines. Naruto stopped breathing. The fourth Hokage. My father, and I bet all the villagers knew it, which is why they call me demon and evil all the time. But I'm not a demon, I'm a human with, well, you sealed inside me. Wait, if you're locked inside me, how do I talk to you? Is that paper thing that closes the doors the seal? And where are we? We're in your mind. I suppose you'd call this your mindscape. And yes, that paper represents your control of the label. So, are mental landscapes real? I thought they were just fiction, like in Inception. Wait, Inception has dreamscapes, not mental landscapes. Are those real too? Yes, but there is no time dilation effect. Great. But if this is my mindscape, where are my memories? Shouldn't there be some representation of my memories here? Like books or things with glowing orbs? I don't know. This isn't Harry Potter fanfiction. Anyway, mind landscapes aren't even part of the HP canon. Meh, I'll find out. So, Jinchuriki. What are the other Jinchuriki like? Are they samurai or ninjas? Humph. They call themselves ninjas, but if a human used a bijou's chakra, wouldn't they fight more or less like a samurai? Without swords, but if they used your chakra, they'd probably glow orange, and people could sense the chakra emission from miles away. Sure, they'd be extremely powerful, like a blunt weapon, like a proton torpedo. Everyone would see it coming and know who it was. Not very ninja-like. That's true. But that never stopped any of the other ninjas. I don't understand, Naruto said, frowning thoughtfully. It almost seems like you want me to use your chakra. Of course I don't want you to use my chakra. It's my chakra. Yes, you are. You've practically been offering it to me this whole time. And you're answering my questions and all, and more or less behaving yourself. I am not good. I am a demon. I am the greatest and most powerful demon in the world. I am evil incarnate. Exactly. That's why it would be stupid to take away your chakra. Seriously, anyone who reads comics, watches TV, or movies knows that using an evil power source, one you didn't earn, practically makes you a supervillain. I mean, the only good guy I can think of who uses an external power source is Doctor Strange, and he gets his extra power from Agamotto, who's a good guy. You're more like Dormammu, only a little cooler. And then there's the fact that villains who use disgusting external power sources always end up getting brutally beaten like Baron Mordo, or exploding like that extremist guy in Iron Man 3, or dying when the power leaves them, or being possessed or devoured within a couple of episodes or by the end of the movie or comic. It would be like Spider-Man using the alien symbiote slime creature that tries to take over him. I mean, how idiotic and stupid would that be? Damn it, Kyuubi snorted. I was hoping you'd fall for it. You're a funny guy, you know? Naruto laughed. What's your name? Kyuubi is just a description of your nine-tailed form. It's not a name. I won't tell you my name. Names have power for powerful beings like me. Just call me Kyuubi. Naruto blinked. Oh, really? I thought it was a fairy tale. Well, Kyuubi. Then she changed the subject. By the way, have you seen the Star Wars movie that came out 2 years ago? Can you watch movies here? There's a new one? Really? Who would have thought? Kyuubi could use puppy eyes. It would have been effective, especially with the rabbit ears, if he hadn't been 5 stories tall. That's a shame, said Naruto. Do you know if I can get you the movie? If you allow me, I can access your senses, so I can see what you see and hear what you hear. Awesome. I just have to watch the movie again. Wait, what about shadow clones? Can you see the memories that surface when a shadow clone dissipates? If I send a little chakra that way, and if you channel your intention into the seal. Yes, probably. Although I don't think I can access your oldest memories. Well, let's try that. The truth is, I don't want to rewatch all the movies that came out in the last 9 years. Thank you, human. I have a name, you know? It's Naruto Uzumaki, meat bag, bunny, stupid blonde, hairy ass, addicted to ramen. Hey, don't criticize ramen. It's the food of the gods. I am a demon. Good point. What's your favorite food then? Chocolate. Dark chocolate. The good kind, not that plastic stuff from Hershey's. Kyuubi's face twisted in disgust at the word plastic. preferably German or Swiss. I would have imagined you'd say humans. Humans are fine, but good ones are rare. I like them handsome and chubby. Daimyos are especially good. Why did you attack Konoha then? It's a ninja village. There aren't many fat people. You wouldn't understand. Try me. I won't say. Come on. Naruto pouted. After all this bond we created. Union, I was bored. If you don't tell me, I won't let you watch movies. Fine. I'll tell you. Great. I'm listening. Eventually. Now go, human. But, well, this isn't over, you know? And you haven't even told me how to leave. It's your mind. Just focus on wanting to leave. Ah, I get it now. Obviously. Naruto turned around as if he were going to leave. One more question, Naruto said, turning around. This is very important. I need to know. Are you a boy or a girl? You insolent sack of meat. Kyuubi growled. He launched chakra through the bars, pulling Naruto out of his mind and back into consciousness. CS, well, Naruto said, his mind returning to the present. He told Hiruzen, I once created too many shadow clones and ended up talking to the Nine-Tails in my mind. And that's how I discovered that the Nine-Tails was sealed inside me. So you can talk to the Kyuubi? Yeah, he's actually pretty cool once you get past the whole I want to eat you thing. And he's definitely a guy. I once asked Kiba to teach me how to tell a dog's sex, and I sneaked up on Kyuubi while he was sleeping. He's definitely a guy. Hiruzen blinked. Well, you learn something new every day. He should be used to Naruto's antics by now. How old were you when this happened? Naruto scratched his head. 9. By the way, Naruto, Hiruzen said, changing the subject or perhaps finally getting to the point. How did you learn the shadow clone jutsu? It's a B-rank forbidden jutsu. Normally only our jonin have access to jutsus like that. Did I read it in a book? Hiruzen used his Hokage gaze. Naruto sighed. Then he made a foolish face. How about you tell me who my parents were? And I'll tell you where I learned the shadow clone jutsu? Naruto, I know you know. I always knew you were lying when you said you didn't know. Are you trying to blackmail me? I deserve to know. They're my parents. It's an S-class secret. It's a top secret about me. It should be my secret. And you know I can keep a secret. Seriously? You're keeping a secret? The loudest ninja in Konoha? I've known the shadow clone jutsu for 4 years, and you only figured it out today. The same goes for the Kyuubi. And Naruto narrowed his eyes at Hiruzen. Not even Kakashi-sensei knows I can make my own custom storage scrolls, so he realized I'd noticed. Huh? Though, of course, I should have expected it. I wonder if his academy grades were fake or if he just didn't care, like Shikamaru Nara. Hiruzen sighed. Alright, Naruto. But remember that both your parents had many enemies. And many of them won't hesitate to attack you because of who your parents were. Naruto nodded seriously. Hiruzen bent down and opened a drawer in his desk, finally taking out a photo which he handed to Naruto, who eagerly took it. Your parents were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the 4th Hokage and his wife. Finally, you took your sweet time, said Naruto. So that's my mom, huh? She's older than in the other pictures I've seen. And she's pregnant. Hiruzen put his hand to his face. You knew it. You knew it. He sighed. I should have expected it, shouldn't I? I'm a ninja, Grandpa. And not only that, I'm a teenager. I'm supposed to know things I'm not supposed to know. So how did you find out? I read it in a book. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Yeah. It's great being the one who has all the answers. Isn't it? Naruto grinned. Finally, he unzipped his orange jacket, reached inside, and pulled out a book, which he placed on the Hokage's large desk. That's the book. Book? Hiruzen asked, his eyes returning to Naruto's face. Naruto looked at the book and tapped it with his finger. With effort, Hiruzen looked at the book again. Then he looked back at Naruto. Naruto nodded and touched the book again. Wait, Kai. Yes, there is a genjutsu in the book, but it seems it's just just an outdated history book. And the genjutsu keeps returning after it's dispelled. Kai, yes. It's a double-layered genjutsu seal. One layer makes it look like a boring history book, and the other makes people want to ignore it. The only exception is if the person looking at it is a descendant of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Also, Naruto tucked the book into his jacket. It has security seals that will self-destruct if an unauthorized person manages to break the Jinjutsu and tries to open it. So this book, my dad wrote it and it contains the secrets of the Namikaze family. He was the one who sealed it. Ah, I see. And some other things like the shadow clone jutsu, I suppose, yes. In fact, he hid it in the academy library, among other places, hoping his descendants would find it someday. Apparently, he was well aware that the position of Hokage might require him to sacrifice his life for Konoha, and he didn't trust the system to keep his secrets safe and pass them on to his children. Minato, Hiruzen said, you're a very, very intelligent boy. What else is in the book? Naruto snorted and smiled. Secrets of the Namikaze family. As you may have guessed, a little Fuinjutsu. And other things. Rasengan. I won't say it, sang Naruto. Hiration. Hiration? What's that? Naruto put on an innocent look on his face that was obviously fake. Hiruzen chuckled. The Chunin exams are next month. I think Kakashi is planning to join your team. I'm looking forward to seeing how you do. Great. I'm really looking forward to seeing if I can pass the exams without showing my skills. Naruto smiled. Speaking of Kakashi-sensei, could you do me a favor, Grandpa? Don't tell him about the book. Or the Fuinjutsu. He hasn't really taught us anything. Well, he showed Sasuke and Sakura the tree-walking exercise, but I already knew that. He's more of a team captain than a sensei, so I don't want to share my secrets with him. In fact, don't tell anyone about the book. Actually, I've spoken with Kakashi about the training, Hiruzen said. I told him to start teaching more. But yes, I'll keep the book a secret. A clan's secret, in fact. Not many people know this, but when someone becomes Hokage, their family, however small, is registered as a Konoha clan, with all the rights and privileges of the founding clans. And if you share clan secrets with other people, they legally can't share them. Great. Thanks, Grandpa. Okay. I think I'd better get on with this paperwork. Okay. See you later, old man. Naruto left in a puff of smoke. He used Shunshin, Hiruzen thought. So he doesn't know the Flying Thunder God technique? Or maybe he does know it, but used body flicker technique to make me believe he didn't? Damn it, that kid is as good at mind games as a Biki. CS. Team 7, here for another C-rank mission, Kakashi said. It was 10 o'clock the next morning. Kakashi had arrived at Team 7's meeting point an hour earlier than usual and led them to the Hokage Tower via a ridiculously winding path. Didn't your team just return from a C-rank mission? Asked the Chunin behind the desk, who turned out to be Hana Inuzuka. The regulations state that Genin teams must complete at least 15 D-rank missions for every C-rank mission. Someone has to handle those assignments. Regulation 352H, created by the 4th Hokage, states that there is an exception to that rule if one or more team members are harassed by yaoi fans. Arf, 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 said the Haimaru triplets, one after the other. Damn, said Hana, agreeing with her 3 ninja dog companions. Damn, Sakura said, agreeing with Hana. HN, Sasuke said, agreeing with Sakura, but expressing his reluctance for several reasons. It was astonishing how much an Uchiha could express with a single-syllable grunt. Kakashi turned around and saw a long row of heavy books, bound in polished leather, on a shelf across the room, which took up the entire wall. He took out one of the newer books and looked it up in the index. Okay. Rule 352. H. Sakura, read it aloud for us. Okay? An incredulous Sakura read, officially recognized ninja teams, of which one or more members have been harassed by yaoi fangirls or fanboys at any time during the past 15 days, will be exempt from any rule requiring them to perform missions that require such team to remain within the borders of Konohagakure. That's terribly specific, Hana said. She picked up the book to confirm it. Apparently, Naruto laughed. The 4th Hokage had serious problems with yaoi fans when he was a genin. Kakashi shuddered. Not just when I was a genin. Okay, Hana grumbled. Here are the C-rank missions. The mission is to kill bandits, Sasuke demanded, his voice filled with bloodlust. The mission is to kill bandits, Kakashi agreed. Okay, Hana said, noting down the mission number and assigned team. One more question. Kakashi asked. Which of you is Yaoi? Team 7 disappeared so quickly you'd think Kakashi had taught his students the body flicker technique. Or at least Sasuke and Sakura. Quick, Haimaru. After them. We'll uncover the truth. No one escapes an Inuzuka. Hana shouted, a disturbing glint in her eyes. Izumo and Kotetsu stumbled as 4 figures rushed out of Konoha's gates, nearly sweeping them away. Team 7 disappeared into the distance, Sakura digging double furrows in the ground with her heels as Naruto and Sasuke dragged her back by the arms. CS. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what are the mission details? Naruto asked once they had finally slowed down. Are we going in the right direction? Hey, don't worry. I opened the scroll as we ran toward the gates. The scroll says the bandits in question have been attacking merchant caravans near Tanzaku-gai. Intelligence estimates there are between 25 and 40 bandits in the group. Nothing special, just ordinary bandits like the ones we kicked out of Wave. The mission is to wipe them out. Aren't there any hostages to worry about? Naruto asked. No, that would make it a B-rank mission. Let me guess. You've been carrying camping gear for a long-term mission out of town since yesterday. Yes, Kakashi said. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sakura groaned. I don't have my things. Don't worry, Sakura. Naruto reassured her. I have plenty of supplies, and I'm sure Kakashi-sensei has some to share too. But I don't have my makeup kit, or a change of clothes. What if it rains? We're going on a mission to achieve what, for some, is our first kill, Naruto declared. And are you worried about the makeup? First kill. Sakura froze. Naruto sighed. Kakashi-sensei, perhaps we should return to Konoha under Henja's command? I think Sakura would feel more comfortable if she at least had her own weapons. That way we won't all be crammed into 2 tents. Kakashi considered that if they had to share 2 tents, either Sasuke would sleep in a tent with Sakura, which could end with the boy being sexually abused in his sleep, or Sasuke would share with Kakashi, promoting the horrible theory that the 2 of them were, involved, or Kakashi would have to share a tent with Sakura, who was a real banshee at all times and would probably leave him deaf before dawn. Alright, team, consider this evasion drill. We'll move forward to the next stream and then use it to lose sight of each other on our way back to Konoha. Hopefully, Hana will assume we used the stream to continue onward and will take the other route. CS. Kakashi and Naruto were waiting outside the gates while Sasuke and Sakura went back to get their weapons, camping gear, and makeup. So, Kakashi-sensei, are you planning for Sasuke and Sakura to get covered in blood on this mission? Kakashi looked at Naruto. Have you already killed your first enemy? Naruto took a deep breath. I was 6 years old. A drunk followed me to the roof of my apartment building with a knife. He hit me hard, but I managed to push him off. The old Hokage helped me overcome it. I was 5 years old, Kakashi said, surprising Naruto. I was a child prodigy, already a genin. It was a war, so it was essential that even our genin be in fighting condition as soon as possible. Sensei took us on a bandit extermination mission like this one. I killed 7 bandits, either by slitting their throats or burying kunai in their hearts. Damn it, Naruto said. After that, they were silent. CS. The team was lucky and saw no trace of Hana or her ninja dogs before arriving in Tanzaku-gai the next day. Kakashi stopped by the police chief's office and got the latest information on the bandits' location before summoning his own ninja dogs and tracking down the bandit camp. All right, Kakashi said. Here's the plan. We'll do it during the day because the 3 of you aren't experienced in night operations. According to my ninja dogs, there are 31 bandits in the camp. The priority is containment. We don't want anyone from the camp to escape. So, the first thing we'll do is use stealth and set deadly traps in a 40-meter radius around the camp. Then, we'll advance and set another ring of traps in a 30-meter radius. We'll do this in pairs. Sakura, you with me, and Naruto and Sasuke together. I'll send Pakin with Naruto and Sasuke to tell you where to place the traps. If a patrol or a stray bandit leaves the camp, let them go without seeing you, and we'll track them down later. Understood. After receiving the affirmative response, Kakashi said, after setting the second circle of traps, each pair will head to the opposite side of the camp and will attack in person. The signal to attack will be an explosive kunai in the center of the camp. If at any point you suspect that anyone in the camp isn't there willingly, I want you to take them down. Otherwise, your orders are to kill. Understood. One more thing. Sakura, when we attack, I'll let you take the lead and I'll cover your back. Naruto and Sasuke, you can attack however you like, but make sure you watch each other's backs. Now remember, stealth as we approach the camp and absolute silence until I give the signal to attack. Ready? Ready, Naruto said calmly. Why yes, said Sakura with obvious unease. HN, Sasuke said, frowning. Evict. CS. The smell of alcohol and campfire smoke was detectable by an unamplified human nose even 40 meters away, in the clear forest air. The bandit camp was quite quiet. Apparently, none of the bandits were loud drunks, or perhaps the loud drunks weren't drinking at that moment. Team 7 successfully installed both trap rings without incident, laying hundreds of meters of tripwires, explosive tags every meter, and poisoned barbed wire. It was 2 hours of hard, silent work. Ninjas are like magicians performing sleight of hand. No one thinks about preparation, but without it, the whole show would fall apart. The time finally arrived, and each pair of ninjas stealthily approached the clearing. The dogs had been released after guiding the ninjas to their assigned locations and pointing out the camp. Sasuke took the lead by mutual agreement, though Sasuke wouldn't have accepted it any other way. Naruto breathed steadily as he crouched behind Sasuke, watching the raven-haired genin tremble with adrenaline. Naruto wondered why Sasuke would want to take the lead. Seriously, if he'd had any common sense, he would have seen that, first, by leaving Naruto in the rear, Sasuke was comparing him to Kakashi as someone he could rely on to watch his back, and second, if Sasuke had done something embarrassing like, say, trembling before the fight, those in the rear wouldn't have seen it. Egos work in strange ways. Pop, that was the signal. Sasuke and Naruto leaped simultaneously and charged toward the center of the camp. Sasuke aimed a precise volley of shurikens at the neck of one of the bandits, who, distracted by the initial explosion, fell choking on his own blood. Ninja! One of the bandits shouted upon seeing Sasuke's forehead protectors and the kunai he held in his left hand. He was quickly silenced by a kunai thrown by Kakashi that struck him in the back of the neck. Naruto frowned as the mission turned into a full-blown battle. Fall back, Sasuke. Keep them at bay. Fight from a distance. Sasuke didn't listen. He charged toward the center of the camp, plunging his kunai into the heart of a bandit who hadn't yet drawn his sword. Fire release. Great fireball. Sasuke shouted, burning another bandit to ashes. Then he attacked at close range, a kunai in each hand. Damn Uchiha! Naruto muttered. He flung kunai wildly, letting Sasuke take on the bandits in front of him and making sure none got behind him. A dozen armed bandits fell instantly, the multi-purpose ninja knives plunging into hearts, thorns, and heads. Sasuke faced a bandit wielding a katana. He blocked 3 swift slashes with his kunai before slipping away and stabbing the man in the heart with the kunai in his other hand. Meanwhile, another bandit appeared from his left, and Sasuke had to duck to avoid a wide horizontal slash. He spun around and threw a kunai into the man's stomach while he was unguarded, then followed up by slashing the bandit's throat. A bandit rushed out of a shop, sword in hand, and quickly had to duck before a pair of shuriken that Sasuke pulled from his pouch. The last Uchiha lunged forward and faced his kunai, not even noticing another disheveled bandit running towards his back, only to fall dead from a kunai to the head courtesy of Naruto. Run! Shouted one of the bandits. The remaining 9 or 10 bandits ran towards the trees. The bandit whose sword had crossed with Sasuke's kunai tried to break free. Naruto threw a kunai at his head. Naruto! That was my death! Sasuke shouted, frowning even more. Sasuke, you idiot! Look behind you. You don't just charge headlong into a crowd of enemies. It's suicide. If I hadn't been here, you'd be dead. Sasuke looked around and saw corpses. Many more corpses than he was responsible for. Then Naruto saw something that chilled him to the bone. Sakura, no. CS. Sakura and Kakashi arrived at their spot and waited to make sure the other pair had time to reach theirs. Sakura was trembling. The waiting, as they always say, is the hard part. Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Breathe, he whispered. In out. In out, we're facing a group of men with swords. Keep them at a distance, fight along the edge of the camp. Remember, bandits can't fight at range. Sasuke and Naruto will appear from behind that big gray tent, so we're a little to the right on the opposite side of the camp. I want you to circle to the right so if anyone misses with our throwing weapons, we don't end up throwing them at each other. Now, I'll use a basic genjutsu on any bandit who tries to approach, so if you see one get paralyzed, don't hesitate to throw a kunai. Are you all right? Sakura nodded and whispered, I'm fine, sensei. All right, here we go. Kakashi threw a kunai with an explosive note attached to the ring. Pop! At once, they stood up and ran toward the clearing, forward and to the right. Sakura began throwing kunai as soon as she could. Her first kunai pierced a man's heart. She didn't look as he fell, advancing directly toward the next bandit. Ninja! One of the bandits shouted. Sakura didn't even see Kakashi's flying kunai as he eliminated the bandit's likely leader. Sakura saw Sasuke burst into the center of the camp with Naruto following close behind. Sasuke ferociously attacked the bandits in hand-to-hand combat until the crowd tried to surround him. She watched in shock as Naruto fired a dozen kunai in a second, annihilating the same number of bandits with ruthless efficiency, protecting Sasuke's back. Sakura, concentrate, Kakashi ordered. Sakura noticed a pair of bandits approaching them with drawn swords. They both froze at the same time, trapped in Kakashi's genjutsu. Taking a deep breath, she threw a kunai at each of them, striking them down with a pierced heart. She watched as they fell lifeless to the ground. Run! Shouted one of the bandits. Looking away from the two she had killed almost in cold blood, Sakura saw the remaining bandits scattering among the trees. She instantly mustered her courage and gave chase to one of them, forgetting, in the heat of the moment, the last 2 hours they had spent setting traps. Sakura, no! Kakashi and Naruto shouted in unison. CS. Sakura chased one of the bandits fleeing through the trees. She was only 2 meters away from the bandit and closing in quickly. Unfortunately, the bandit was running towards the booby trap ring. With no direct line of sight to Sakura, Naruto did the only thing he could. He sprinted through the forest, appeared in front of Sakura, and knocked her to the ground. Bang! Bang bang! In a short time, 3 explosive notes detonated, instantly killing the fleeing bandit and throwing him backwards. UNGH! Naruto groaned as the bandit's body landed on top of him and Sakura. Sakura let out a piercing scream as her arm snapped. Naruto placed a hand on either side of Sakura and lifted the corpse, standing up. As he did so, Kakashi saw that Naruto had survived unharmed. A black liquid slowly disappeared from his skin, a sign of the Earth Release armor technique, which covered his body with a layer of chakra of Earth origin. Sakura, are you okay? Naruto asked. Sakura raised her broken arm, glanced at it, and fainted. Let's see, Naruto said. A broken arm, lacerations and bruises, and some second-degree burns. He'll need treatment after this, but he'll be fine. We can take care of the rest of the bandits first. Explosions were heard as several of the bandits fell into the deadly traps. Very well, Sasuke, Kakashi ordered. You and I will eliminate the bandits who fled into the forest and weren't killed by the traps. Naruto, keep an eye on Sakura. Do you have enough chakra to create a couple of shadow clones to search the shops? In response, Naruto snorted, and 6 shadow clones appeared beside him without a trace of smoke. In unison, they greeted him joyfully and said, You did it, sensei! While Kakashi and Sasuke swept the forest, 2 shadow clones began working on a makeshift stretcher using Naruto's hammock and a couple of saplings, while the other 4 clones opened the tents. A disheveled, passed out, and drunken bandit lay in one of the tents with his sword at his side. He didn't even flinch when one of the clones plunged a kunai into his heart. 15 minutes later, the body count was complete, and Team 7 returned to Tenzakugai with a bandaged Sakura on a stretcher, carried by 2 of Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto created another 20 clones to dismantle the traps, surprising Kakashi, who couldn't even create 10 shadow clones at once. CS, wait! Naruto said as Tenzakugai appeared before his eyes. I'll be right back. He disappeared in a shunshin before Kakashi could say anything. HN, said Sasuke. Now the last dead one has left us. That stupid Uchiha doesn't know anything, said one of Naruto's clones. Yes, the other clone agreed. He's the one who would be dead if the boss didn't back him up. You know, I think his ego is hurt, said the first clone. Yes, that makes sense, the second clone agreed. Now that the extent of his incompetence has been demonstrated to him, he's trying to attack the boss to bring him down to the same level. Pretty pathetic if you ask me, said the first clone. Kakashi shook his head. It was impossible for Naruto to dominate a conversation without even being present. When did he learn body flicker technique? That was a Chunin level technique. 1 minute later, Naruto reappeared in a cloud of smoke. I'm back, he said. Another puff of smoke revealed a woman with blonde pigtails. She wore a green haori, an open Japanese coat, a jewel in the center of her forehead, and had a figure praised in thousands of perverted fanfictions. And I brought help, Naruto said happily. A third puff of smoke revealed another woman, this one with black hair and more discreet clothing. She was carrying a piglet in her arms. And more help, Naruto said with a grin. Hey, this is Aunt Tsunade. This is her apprentice Shizune. And the little pig is Tauntaun. And yes, it's spelled Tauntaun, like the creature on Hoth, because Shizune named him. Aunt Shizune, this is the idiot I told you about. The injured one is Pinky, and I think you already know Kakashi-sensei. Naruto remembered the first time he met Tsunade, 2 years ago. CS, a blonde, 10-year-old boy was playing poker in a casino in the capital of the Land of Fire. He had started with just 50 rios, about $5, and somehow managed to reach the high roller table, where the minimum bet was 1 million rios. I'll raise my bet to 250 million, Naruto said. This was his first long trip away from Konoha, having left several shadow clones to take his place at the academy so he could explore the Land of Fire. I bet everything, said the sweating son of a minor daimyo from a neighboring nation. He didn't have chips worth 250 million. Let's increase it to 260 million, said a tough-looking guy who was probably a yakuza. Increase to 300 million, said a blonde woman. Call it, said Naruto, pushing in an additional stack of chips to match the 300 million Rio bet. Call, said the yakuza. Color. He laid down his cards, revealing that he had 5 cards of the same suit, but not in order. Damn it, said the lesser daimyo's son. I'm leaving, for of a kind, the woman said. Top that kid. Naruto placed his cards face up and looked at the casino owner for help, who was standing behind him watching intently. What's this called? Straight color, the man announced. The kid wins. Again. Well, I know when to cut my losses, said the yakuza, gathering his remaining chips and standing up. He left the game, leaving only 2 players. This is outrageous, the woman shouted. The bastard hasn't even memorized all the winning hands, and he hasn't lost a single hand without checking. I assure you, ma'am, the boy isn't cheating. I've been watching him closely since the game started, and these cards are chakra resistant. Even a high-level ninja would have a hard time cheating at this table. Lady Tsunade, said a troubled-looking woman carrying a suckling pig, standing behind the blonde. Please stop. If you lose any more money, we'll be in debt again. Naruto frowned. Lady Tsunade? He asked. As Tsunade Senju? Yes, what's wrong, brat? Said the now-named Tsunade. Naruto beamed. You're my aunt. Your grandmother was an Uzumaki, right? My mother was an Uzumaki. That makes you my aunt. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Databeo. Humph. A distant relative, Tsunade said. So what? As far as I know, you're still my closest relative, Aunt Tsunade. Don't call me that. So, what's your favorite flavor of ramen, Aunt Tsunade? Oh, that's right, brat. 1 million. Deal. CS. After winning the poker game, Naruto announced, I want to learn that game, and he quickly won at blackjack. Then he won at bingo. Then he beat craps. By the end of the day, Naruto had learned 10 new gambling games and had won enough money to buy a small mountain. The casino had lost a month's profits and received a new age restriction rule for players. Tsunade had lost all her money, given half a dozen promissory notes to Naruto, and gained a nephew who was going to be her downfall. Come on, Aunt Tsunade, Naruto said excitedly as they left. I'll buy you all the ramen you want. Just tell me your favorite flavor. I don't like ramen. It's not healthy. I don't believe you. You have Uzumaki blood. You have to like ramen. It was the national food of Yuzushiyogakure. It's the food of the gods. Ramen moves the world. Then Naruto smiled mischievously. Hey, Shizune. What's Aunt Tsunade's favorite flavor of ramen? Don't dare. It, said Tsunade. Shizune seemed conflicted. Ha! Naruto shouted, correctly interpreting Shizune's expression. I knew it. She loves ramen. Hey Piggy, what's Auntie's favorite ramen flavor? Wait, what's the piggy's name? It's Tauntaun, Shizune said proudly. Tun-tun. No, it doesn't have a hyphen. And it's spelled Tauntaun. Oh, Tauntaun. Naruto frowned for a second. Oh, then he smiled brightly. You're a Star Wars fan. It's named after that creature from Hoth They Ride. Right? Shizune smiled. Yes, it is. Awesome. Who's your favorite Star Wars character? I like several of them, but I think Shakti would be my favorite. Yeah, she's great, even if she's not a great fighter unless you go by non-canon material. You know, you're only the second person I know, besides me, whose favorite character isn't Luke or Yoda. Really? Who was the other one? Oh, it was actually QB. His favorite character is Darth Maul. Tsunade and Shizune stopped walking. I'm sorry, Tsunade said. Did you say QB? Like the nine-tailed carnivorous rabbit? Yes, he's a Star Wars fanatic. Did you know he uses swear words from the Star Wars universe? You're joking, right? Tsunade asked, studying his face. No, why would I joke about it when the truth is already funnier than anything I could come up with? Then Naruto noticed something. Hey, we're getting off topic. I almost forgot. So, Tauntaun, what's Aunt Tsunade's favorite ramen? Oink, oink, oink. Do you really like it with shrimp? Oink, oink. Sometimes chicken and shrimp. Sometimes beef and shrimp. Naruto nodded. Good choices. Actually, my favorite is miso ramen, but I always prefer variety. Snarl. A bead of sweat escaped Naruto. No, of course not. I would never eat pork ramen. Kid, you're pretty weird. You know that? Tsunade said. Of course. My dream is to be the best ninja in the world. Don't you know that all the best ninjas are eccentric? I don't think it works that way. They usually become eccentric after becoming top ninjas. Yes, but Auntie, if I did it the way I always do, I'd go from Genin to Chunin, from Jonin to Sannin, and end up as Hokage. Do you think I'm one of those people who spend all day doing paperwork? You know I'm skipping the academy, right? Tsunade snorted. Kid, I think we'll get along great. CS, you brought Tsunade, of the Sannin, to heal a simple broken arm, Kakashi said with a serious expression. Yes, she's my aunt, and she was in town, Naruto said. Idiot, Sasuke said. You have no family. Well, Tsunade said. He's a real idiot. Kakashi, it's good to see you again. The last time I saw you, you were a fussy little brat about the same age as Naruto. Now then, let's see how the patient is doing. Naruto's clones lowered Sakura's stretcher to level ground. Tsunade and Shizune immediately knelt down and began the diagnostic and healing jutsu, handing the tauntaun over to Naruto. Good splint, it kept his arm completely immobile. Broken arm, lacerations, bruises, burns, all good. Naruto, you need to improve your chakra control to the level of a medical ninja. I can't let my nephew wander around unable to heal simple things like this. Can I? I'm trying, Naruto said. But my chakra keeps growing, and it's hard enough maintaining that level of control all the time. You know how much I want to use your super strength. I suppose we'll have to wait a few years until you stop growing like a weed. Okay, let's wake it up, Sakura moaned. Sasuke, darling, it's too early. Go back to bed. If my nephew hadn't told me you had no chance with your beloved Sasuke, I would have scolded you for not using contraception. Tsunade never minced words. Sakura's eyes snapped open. What? Huh? Oh my god. Bandits. Did Naruto turn into a black person? The bandits' mission is complete, Naruto said. We have them all. It's called Earth Liberation Armor. You cover your body with a layer of Earth Chakra, he demonstrated, still holding Tauntaun, which gives you medium to strong defense Enough against things like those explosive tags you almost crashed into. Sasuke decided to intervene again. Last, show me the hand seals. Sure, Naruto said in an overly friendly tone. Just give me another useful jutsu of equal rank that I don't know, and I'll teach it to you. When pigs fly, Sasuke said, looking at Tauntaun. Shizune shook her head. I'll never get over the fact that you do all your ninjutsu without hand seals. Of course, said Naruto. It makes them much more useful in combat. And besides, I'm on a team with a Sharingan wannabe who has absolutely no sense of honor. I can't let him steal my jutsu. Sasuke said. The Uchiha are above honor. Kakashi, make that idiot teach me that jutsu. Naruto snorted and looked to see what Kakashi's response would be. I'm sorry, said Kakashi, reading an orange book. Did you say something? Throughout all of this, Sakura watched and listened. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Excuse me, said the pink-haired girl, sitting up in the hammock. But who are you two? They healed you, Naruto interjected. This is my aunt, Tsunade Senju, and this is Shizune Kato. She's Aunt Tsunade's apprentice. Tsunade, Senju? Tsunade of the Sannin? Sakura asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, Tsunade said. And you, kid, you need to stop dieting, or you'll end up short, weak, and ugly. You're an active ninja and a growing girl. You should be eating at least 2,000 calories a day, probably more. What? But I need to look good for Sasuke. And if you keep dieting, you'll end up malnourished and ugly. You don't know what you're talking about. Everyone knows that dieting makes you look better. What kind of quack are you? Sakura's preconceived notions overpowered her logic. Her subconscious recognized this and led her to attack instead of arguing rationally. This, unfortunately, doesn't make her unusual. Is she a Republican? Shizune whispered to Kakashi. Repu what now? Kakashi blinked. I don't know what that is, but it sounds vile. CS. Later, Kakashi took Sakura aside and they had a very emotional, very ordinary talk about Sakura's first murder. However, it didn't change her life, as Sakura still hadn't given up her diet. Then Kakashi took Sasuke aside and tried to have the same conversation, only to run into a solid obsidian wall. CS. Last one. Show me that jutsu, demanded Sasuke. Team 7 was returning to Konoha after completing their mission. Didn't you hear me before? Show me something of equal value and I'll trade. It's only fair. I'm an Uchiha. You should be grateful. It would be an honor to teach me a jutsu. Naruto chuckled. You don't know any C-rank jutsu besides the great fireball technique, do you? And you don't want to give me your signature jutsu. Of course I know other jutsu. I'm not an idiot like you. Oh, and what other jutsu do you know that I don't? I'll have the council force you to teach me that jutsu. Oh? Sakura. Sasuke seems to like Koharu more than you. What? Sakura screamed. That stupid, disgusting, pedophilic, geriatric old witch. How dare she try anything with my Sasuke? Grr. She immediately began moving faster through the trees. Kakashi's mouth twisted beneath his mask as he slowly exhaled in an attempt to stifle a laugh. Naruto sighed dramatically. Ah, so far to get a new jutsu. I suppose I'll have to take pity on you and offer you an alternative. And what alternative is that, idiot? Sasuke asked impatiently. Naruto made a face of mock disgust. I really don't want to do this. Fine. Give me access to the Uchiha library for 24 hours so I can learn something from there, and I'll teach you the jutsu. Deal, Sasuke said, smiling at the thought of Naruto suffering in a library. Damn, Kakashi thought. We should put Naruto in the T&I department. He'd make the prisoners sing like birds and they'd be happy. A copy of the entire Uchiha library is on its way, Naruto thought. Inside, he laughed maliciously. CS. 2 weeks later, Naruto entered an inn in a village on the other side of the Land of Fire. Aunt Tsunade, Shizune, Tauntaun. It's so good to see you here. Tsunade shook her head. Hello, Naruto. How did you find us this time? Well, there was this weird, yellowish-green fellow with a top hat who called himself Jimne Cricket. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure he was a grasshopper. He said he was my conscience and told me to come here. Seriously? And your conscience told you to beat me at poker again and keep all my money? Huh? No. At least not this time. In fact, I brought a gift. A gift. Tsunade could be forgiven for seeming a little eager. The last time Naruto brought a gift, he gave Shizen a real, working lightsaber. The plasma blade was composed of 3 different elemental chakras: wind, fire, and lightning, so it had no elemental weaknesses and could probably even cut through the Raijin. Yes, but it's not for you, said Naruto. Tsunade pouted. Shizen looked hopeful. It's for Tauntaun. Look, Tauntaun, I made you a present. Wait and see what he does. Shizen's face darkened. Tauntaun said, Oink. Yes, said Naruto, pulling a bright orange box out of somewhere. Let me help you put it on. He tied a miniature shoe to each of Tauntaun's cloven hooves. Then he took out a pair of angel wings with white feathers and attached them to the piglet's back. Okay, said Naruto. Now all you have to do is jump. Oink, said Tauntaun. Yes, jump. You'll see the rest. Tauntaun leaped into the air and remained there. H.A., shouted Naruto, clenching his fist. Who says pigs can't fly? Tsunade and Shizen simply smiled as Tauntaun buzzed around their heads. CS, How to Be a Ninja, by Minato Namikaze. Chapter 6. Better chakra control equals better ninja. Chakra control makes you better at ninjutsu, genjutsu, and any other art that requires the use of chakra. It's obvious. So why don't we teach anything beyond the first step of chakra control at the academy? I don't know. It's ridiculous. It's one of the fundamentals every ninja should know, regardless of their future specialization. There's a secret many ninjas are unaware of or don't consider. Hand seals are merely an aid to chakra control. The truth is, a ninja who has fully mastered a jutsu can control the chakra flowing into them without using hand seals. This requires a tremendous amount of practice to master muscle memory, so to speak. Once you've achieved this, you can execute jutsu faster than anyone else, use less chakra per technique, and strike without warning. Just be sure not to shout the name of your jutsu before striking, as that would negate its purpose. The Bijou, the infamous tailed demons that roamed the elemental nations before being sealed within human hosts, do not use hand seals or any similar means to fight. They simply unleash fire, wind, lightning, and even Bijudama, tailed beast balls, their ultimate technique, using pure chakra control. However, being such unsubtle creatures, some, like the one-tailed raccoon dog, are known to shout the names of their techniques, as stupid as that sounds. Have you heard of the Rasengan, one of my signature jutsus? It's actually a pure chakra control jutsu. It doesn't require hand seals. You could even classify it as a chakra control exercise. In fact, if your chakra control is good enough, you can perform jutsu with other parts of your body besides your hands. You could strike someone with a lightning jutsu while kicking them, or untie yourself using wind blades with your forearm instead of your fingers. I'm still working on forming a Rasengan with my foot. Section, a leaf adhesion. This is the only chakra control exercise that's practically useless in real life. So if you find it boring, persevere until you master it and can move on to more exciting things. You probably already know this because it's the standard academy exercise. You take a sheet of paper and use your chakra to stick it to your forehead. If the wind blows it away, you're using too much chakra. If it slides down your face and falls off, you're using too little. I will consider this exercise mastered when you can hold a dozen sheets on various parts of your body, face, arms, hands, legs, without straining. Section, be walking through the trees. Great. This exercise is so much fun. You can walk on vertical surfaces as if they were the floor. You can even walk upside down on the ceiling. It's a good control exercise because your feet are farther from your chakra center, making it harder to direct and control the chakra toward that area than anywhere else. In principle, it's like the exercise of sticking to a leaf, only you stick to a tree instead of sticking a leaf to yourself. If you use too little, you slip and fall. If you use too much, you're launched off the tree. There's an additional trick. To move, you have to activate and deactivate the chakra flow in each foot when you want to lift one foot and move. I will consider that you have mastered this exercise when you can train on a tree or a wall, or upside down on the ceiling. What many people don't realize is that tree walking uses chakra to strengthen the leg muscles. Normally, it would be quite difficult for the calf muscles to climb a tree, especially when walking upwards, Your toes stick to the tree and your heel pushes down. Due to simple physics, the muscles in the front of your calf are under high tension to prevent you from falling backward, as are your quadriceps, front of your thigh, and, to a lesser extent, your abdominal muscles. Since you're already channeling chakra through your legs, you might not notice these changes. Once you've mastered the tree walking technique, try using it on the ground. It's amazing. Suddenly, you'll feel faster and stronger. You'll no longer have trouble skidding across the ground when accelerating or braking sharply. You'll suddenly want to skip to Chapter 7, Section, a channeling chakra into body parts. But don't, because first you need better chakra control to prevent your body parts from exploding. Section C. Walking on water. Walking on water requires faith. A lot of faith in Jesus. Just kidding. It channels a steady flow of chakra through your feet into the water. Actually, you need to focus on 3 things with your chakra at the same time. First, creating enough surface tension to support your body. Second, keeping your foot firmly planted in the water so it doesn't slip, like you're standing on a noodle. And third, constantly monitoring and adjusting the amount of chakra you're releasing to compensate for the water's flow. I suggest you start with a bathtub full of still water and try creating surface tension with your hand instead of your foot. It's easier to grasp the concept that way. Practice with other body parts so you can do flips and turns while struggling on the water. You will master this exercise when you can train in the water without losing concentration. Section D. Spinning kunai. This is a standard Konoha Jonin level exercise. Float a kunai vertically above your hand using chakra. Don't let it fly away or fall back onto your hand. Start with the sharp points facing upward until you master that technique. Then, turn it upside down so you have to concentrate your chakra on a smaller surface. The point. With time, you'll be able to spin the kunai while floating it vertically above your hand. You will master this exercise when you can float and spin a kunai on each of your fingers on both hands at the same time. Once you've mastered this, try throwing a kunai at a tree while channeling a little extra chakra to propel it after it leaves your hand. You'll automatically power up your throwing arm with chakra, and let's just say the results are amazing. Your control is now good enough to move on to Chapter 7. Chakra enhances everything, and begin channeling chakra into different parts of your body. But no, because the rest of the chapter is even better. Section E. Freestyle Shape Manipulation. It's exactly what it sounds like. You control your chakra to create any shape you desire, to do anything you want, within the limits of your ability. You can even do this with elemental chakra to set things on fire, electrocute them with lightning, and much more. First example, and this is a very popular one in the ninja world, chakra cords. You create a cord with your chakra and use it to extend your hand and perform telekinesis. It's cool. Just be careful of people with dojutsu and a strong ability to sense chakra, as they could cut your chakra cords. Interestingly, I can't find any other example of manipulating shapes at will in the ninja world. So I created my own, the Rasengan Spiral Sphere. Channel some chakra into the palm of your hand and make it spin and swirl in many different directions at once, and contain it in a layer of chakra to keep all those chaotic, swirling currents of chakra in a sphere. I have devised 3 steps to facilitate learning this technique. First, hold a water balloon in your hand and use the chakra to swirl the water in various directions, causing the balloon to burst. Second, do the same with a rubber ball using only chakra and no water. You'll have to apply much more force to make it explode. Third, apply the same amount of power you used in the second step, but keep it contained within a layer of chakra. It's helpful to use an air-filled balloon to indicate when you've made a mistake and failed to contain it. This technique is extremely destructive, striking anything with it. It has been classified as an A-rank jutsu, although technically it is more of a chakra control exercise. And I want to do even more with it. I want to be able to kick people with a Rasengan formed at my feet. I want to be able to wield it on the end of a chakra rope and turn it into a mid-range technique. And I want to create elemental chakra versions of the Rasengan. Imagine how much destructive power a fire-based Rasengan could contain. You could use a chakra rope to launch it at an opponent, and suddenly people wouldn't be looking to IWA for explosives experts anymore. I encourage you to design your own shape manipulation apps. Let's see if you can beat Rasengan. Section F. Detection of Strange Chakra. Okay, this is a bit of an aside, but it actually falls under the category of chakra control. By focusing on your chakra, something you've learned in all the chakra control exercises, You can distinguish between your own and that of others. You can even expand your senses around you and sense the chakra of other people, animals, plants, and even ninjutsu attacks. The best way to begin is with meditation. Block out all your other senses and focus solely on your sixth sense, the chakra. Feel your own chakra and then concentrate on the distinction between yours and the chakras around you. This is a standard technique used by Konoha's Chunin. It's so useful that everyone should use it to detect hidden attackers and ambushes. You can find more information about it in the ninja library. This is also how genjutsu is detected. You focus your senses on your own chakra pathways, and if there are strange chakras in your system, you are under a genjutsu that affects the mind. You can also suppress your chakra within your body, preventing it from escaping so that others cannot perceive you. Again, practice while meditating without distractions. Section G, all about manual stamps. When learning, teaching, and inventing jutsu, it's often practical to use hand seals to shape chakra and change its purpose, nature, and form. Below, I list all the hand seals I know, their purposes and uses, and other tricks of the trade. 12 standard seals 2. Non-standard seals 3. Create your own hand seal jutsu 4. Sealing with a hand versus reducing the number of seals for a jutsu 6. Executing a hand seal jutsu without a seal 7. Disguising a jutsu with incorrect hand seals. Chapter 7 Better Part 1. Naruto walked down the street in his orange jumpsuit. Chaos, as expected, followed him. Sakura and Ino were stalking Naruto. They hid behind some boxes. I think she'll go train a little later, Sakura whispered. Yes, he must have been training a lot on his own, Ino agreed, also in a whisper. Maybe we'll find out what kind of training he does. Sakura agreed. Although I still can't believe I had ramen for breakfast. Ino shook her head. How come he's not fat? He ate 12 bowls of ramen. I don't think even Choji could eat that much. Naruto should be twice as big as Choji. He's getting away, Sakura said, glancing between the boxes. Naruto, in fact, had simply kept walking. Sakura and Ino ran down the street towards a narrow alley to continue following Naruto. Ahem! Sakura and Ino jumped up and looked around frantically. Sakura. Ino, Hinata said in a monotone with a slight murderous intent. She stood in front of them, hands on her hips. Hinata? The girls straightened up as if they'd been caught doing something wrong. What happened to shy Hinata? I see you've decided to become fans of Naruto, Hinata said, frowning. I want to make something clear. You can follow Naruto. You can talk to Naruto. You can sigh over Naruto any time of day or night. But Naruto, he's mine. Understood. Hinata's murderous intent ascended to the Chunin level. Understood, Sakura agreed, looking duly punished. Understood, Ino squealed. She's scarier than Shikamaru's mom. Okay. Now, Hinata peeked around the corner to look for Naruto. Ino and Sakura followed suit. Where did he go? Ino whispered. Oh no, we've lost it. Sakura whispered. Who are we following? Naruto whispered. Hinata turned around and saw Naruto behind them. Eep! Hinata turned red and fainted. Oh my god! Exclaimed Naruto, catching her. Here we go again. Naruto, Sakura said. We were, following Sasuke. Ino finished. Yes, we were following Sasuke, Sakura said. Poor Sasuke, Naruto said. Then he shrugged. Meh, who cares? Anyway, Sakura, I came to tell you that Kakashi-sensei just arrived at the team meeting. What? But it's 7:30 in the morning. Kakashi-sensei never shows up before 10. I know, Naruto said. Actually, it's 7:45, and we're supposed to arrive at 8. So I'm early. But oh well, we have to go if we want to get there on time. Sakura frowned. How do you know he's there if you're here? Weren't you? Ino hit her on the head. Huh. Naruto seemed confused. Nothing, Sakura said. We have to go, right? Yes, we have to go find Sasuke too. Ino, can you watch Hinata until she wakes up? Thank you. Goodbye. Ino looked at Hinata, slumped against the alley wall, as the two members of Team 7 ran to their meeting. CS, you're late, Kakashi exclaimed dramatically, as Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura made their way to the meeting point at 8 o'clock sharp. He pointed at his 3 students and struck a pose of mock indignation. Sasuke and Sakura bumped faces. "What the hell?" Naruto shouted. "In real life, people don't let themselves be blamed. That only happens in anime. Perhaps they've been watching too many episodes of Fairy Tail?" Kakashi suggested, prodding a twitching Sasuke. "Maybe," Naruto said. "There are so many episodes." "How many?" "Almost 300. Almost," Kakashi agreed. "Why do I feel this vague irony?" "Do you feel it too? We weren't late. They arrived early," Sakura shouted, suddenly standing up and completely ignoring Kakashi and Naruto's argument. "Yes," Sasuke said. "Why are you here early?" "Let me guess," said Naruto. "You're signing us up for the Chunin exams." "I gave it to you in an instant," Kakashi said, smiling. "How did you know?" "You have the application papers in your hand," Naruto said with an expressionless face. "Good point," Kakashi admitted. He showed the applications. "So, do you want to participate?" Sasuke said affirmatively. "This is the next step to killing Itachi. If Sasuke comes in, I'm coming in too." Sakura lost all sense of humor when she was near Sasuke. Why not?" said Naruto, shrugging and picking up an application form. "Excellent," said Kakashi, smiling again. "And who wants to go eat ramen to celebrate?" "Yes," Naruto shouted. "Ramen. Will you treat me?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Yes." "Naruto, didn't you just eat 12 bowls of ramen 20 minutes ago?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, so?" said Naruto, ignoring the fact that Sakura was revealing that she had, in fact, been spying on Naruto. "Too much ramen is bad for you," Sakura complained. "There's never too much ramen," Naruto declared. "Ramen is the most amazing food in the world. In the beginning, there was darkness. Then Kami said, 'Let there be ramen.' And then there was ramen. And that's how Kami created the universe." Kakashi blinked. Naruto, I don't think so." Naruto was horrified. "Haven't you ever heard of string theory? The universe is made of the space-time continuum, which is kind of like ramen broth, and matter is made up of particles that are actually the ends of long strands of ramen noodles." Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke decided not to argue. "CS, report," said an old man sitting behind a desk in his underground lair. His side of the room was dimly lit, but the space in front of his desk, where a masked ninja knelt, was brightly lit. "Sir, I followed Team 7 on their mission to kill bandits and successfully observed the target's actions without being detected. The target has excellent kunai throwing skills, likely at the Jonin level. He took down 12 bandits in 1 second, all with instant kill shots. Subsequently, the target displayed high speed to save a comrade from serious injury or possible death by an explosive trap. Again, the target's speed was consistent with the use of a shunshin, although they were not close enough to see the accompanying blurring effect, and the target did not use the usual smoke or distracting leaves. The target used earth release armor to protect themselves from the effects of the explosion, though they were unable to prevent their comrade from fracturing their arm. The objective produced 6 shadow clones at a time to search the bandits' tents for survivors. When the team returned to Tanzakugai, these shadow clones were ready to dismantle the team's remaining traps. After this, the target used shunshin, this time with smoke, and returned 3.5 minutes later with Tsunade of the Sannin, with whom he claimed to have a familial relationship, another woman he introduced as Shizune, and a domestic pig. At that point, I withdrew to avoid detection in case Tsunade was searching for observers with her well-known sensory abilities, and continued observing from a distance. Tsunade healed the injured team member. The team then returned to the bandit camp to collect the trap materials and returned to Konoha. Satisfactory, Hyo, said the old man in the shadows. This news is very worrying. Order Fu and Toryun to report immediately for orders. Inform council members Hamura and Koharu that I need to convene a meeting regarding an important matter. Yes, Mr. Danzo. The masked ninja disappeared like a blur, a telltale sign of a shunshin. CS, Naruto, how the hell do you eat so much? Kakashi asked, sweating. Naruto was on his 15th bowl of ramen. Oh, said Naruto. It's easy, like 2 times. He patted his stomach. PPPPFFFFFFFFFT. Kakashi's spit spread ramen broth all over the Ichiraku stand. Aha! Naruto shouted. The mask is a genjutsu. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto strangely. What? Said Naruto. Don't tell me you haven't wondered what's under the mask. Kai! Kai! Sasuke and Sakura said in unison. It's not that kind of genjutsu, Naruto said, shaking his head. It's a light-reflecting illusion, like the Academy clone. Only it's probably anchored to his chakra reserves rather than being a standalone chakra construct, so you couldn't dispel it even with a punch to the face. Very good deduction, Naruto, said Kakashi, using his chopsticks to pick up some noodles and eat them slowly, showing the noodles disappearing straight through the mask's seemingly fabric surface. That's strange, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said. And Naruto, where did you learn about this other type of genjutsu? I didn't even know about it. Hey, Academy clone? Remember how much trouble I had with that jutsu? I did some research in the library to help. CS. Later, Kakashi took Naruto aside. Naruto, Kakashi said, completely serious. Do you know about? Naruto's face showed an expression that said Kakashi had said something totally stupid. How could I not, Kakashi-sensei? Have you seen how the villagers treat me? I heard them talking about the fox years ago. Did you know there's a law that prohibits talking about it? Naruto smiled smugly. I know. It's great blackmail material. CS. Deck of cards, deck of cards. Naruto was, once again, walking down the street in his orange jumpsuit. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. A bush followed him. Deck of cards, deck of cards. That's right, a bush. A large, round, green bush about 5 feet tall trailed behind him. Naruto stopped and turned around. Hey, Konohamaru, Naruto said, as if the 8-year-old wasn't trying to hide in a bush. Who are your friends? Whoop! The bush exploded into a huge ball of flames. Oh, cried a little girl with messy orange pigtails, jumping back from the fire. Kono, you used too much lighter fluid, yelled a boy with round glasses, straight brown hair, and a permanently dazed look on his face. He, sorry, said Konohamaru. Then he hissed, Guys, we're supposed to introduce ourselves. Oh, right, said the girl. I'm Moegi. I am Udon. I am Konohamaru. And together we are Konohamaru's corpse, they shouted in unison. It was extremely cheesy, like an oh, Kami, kill me now. This is so embarrassing. Awesome, Naruto shouted. But that last word is core, which sounds like apple core. The way you said it, it means corpse. Ah, we've already practiced that many times, Udon complained. Okay, said Naruto. Next time you'll do it right. Yes, we'll get it next time, Konohamaru declared. So, boss, will you play ninja with us? Naruto blinked at the sudden change of subject. He thought for a moment. Then he smiled. Sure, said Naruto. I have the perfect idea for a mission. Come closer and I'll explain. The 3 children formed a tight circle with Naruto and leaned in to listen to his plan. CS. Sakura and Ino followed Naruto once again, hoping to find him training. Hinata accompanied them, following Naruto in the hope of finding him as a boyfriend, though somehow, without even speaking to him, they ran from shadow to shadow, remaining hidden. Pest! The 3 of them turned around. Behind them stood a girl about their age, with platinum blonde pigtails, tan skin, and a body that could only be described as attractive. In other words, she had a bust that was far too large for a 12 or 13-year-old. Kikyo? Hinata said. President! The new blonde greeted cheerfully. Are these 2 new members of the club? Hinata sighed. Kikyo, I'd like to introduce you to Ino and Sakura. Ino, Sakura, this is Kikyo, the self-proclaimed vice president of the Naruto fan club, and until today, the only other member. How wonderful! Nice to meet you, said Kikyo. And what is our handsome man doing? Wait, Sakura said. We're not Naruto fans, Ino said. Huh? You're not? Then why are you following him? Kikyo asked. Ino and Sakura looked at each other. We're trying to find out what he does to train, Sakura said. Have you considered simply approaching him and asking? Kikyo suggested. Have you considered just approaching her and asking her out? Ino asked. Hinata and Kikyo blushed. Good point, they said in unison. So, Sakura said, Naruto was talking to some little kids. One of them was the Hokage's grandson, right? Yes, Ino confirmed. I heard he agreed to play ninja with them. The four of them peeked around the corner. CS, okay, here's the plan, Naruto said. You see, I have several people bullying me. We, he gestured with his hand to include the four of them in the plan, are going to stalk them and find out why they're bullying me. Sounds good, boss, said Konohamaru. But boss, Moegi said, how are we going to hide and follow them if they're watching us right now? Good thinking. We need a distraction, Naruto said. Do you know the clone jutsu? I can, Konohamaru said. Moegi and Udon shook their heads. All right, Naruto said. I'll make some clones that look like you too. Okay, first we wait for them to look at us. As soon as they do, we'll make the clones sneak up behind them and get them. Got it. Konohamaru's body nodded. Okay. Look at the reflection in the shop window behind me. Do you see the three girls in the alley watching us? Yes. I see you, boss. Konohamaru whispered. Good, said Naruto, taking out a small mirror and cupping it in his hand so he could look at the shop window. When I say follow me, a blonde girl with pigtails appeared in the alley and distracted the three stalkers. Go, Naruto whispered. Konohamaru, create your clone. Konohamaru performed the hand signs and created a perfect clone of the academy. Naruto did the same and created 3 clones of the academy. One was a copy of himself, and the other 2 were copies of Moegi and Udon. All right, follow me. Konohamaru, make your clone look like it's talking to the others like we did a moment ago. The 4 of them ran toward an alley. They circled around, climbed a fire escape, and finally reached the top of one of the buildings that lined the alley where the girls were hiding. Naruto smiled at the other 3, putting a finger to his lips as the universal sign for silence. Then he peered over the edge. Moegi grinned and peered over the edge. Udon grinned, swallowed his snot, and peered over the edge. Konohamaru was sweating. He had to stay focused on his clone as he climbed a fire escape and followed Naruto. He caught his breath, grinned, and peered over as well. It was exciting. So, they heard Sakura say, Naruto was talking to some little kids. One of them was the Hokage's grandson, right? Yes, Ino's voice said. I heard him agree to play ninja with them. The 4 stalkers in the alley below peered over the edge, staring at the 4 clones huddled together in the street, seemingly engaged in a quiet discussion. Who plays ninjas with little kids anyway? Sakura remarked. We're real ninjas. Why would I want to play some stupid children's game? That's when everything went to hell. Konohamaru lost focus on his clone for a moment. Wait, Ino whispered. Did the Hokage's grandson just blink? I saw it too. Hinata whispered. Byakugan. They're all clones. But where are the real ones? Sakura asked. Hinata looked around for a moment. Then she gasped and looked up. Naruto waved. Hinata fainted. Konohamaru decided he no longer needed the clone, so he dropped it. Then he shouted, Hey, playing ninja isn't stupid. Yes, Moegi chimed in. Do you play ninja too? Why were you following the chief? Udon asked. It's none of your business. Sakura shouted, shaking her fist at them. Hey, boss, Konohamaru said. Is she a fan? You told me that female fans are ugly and stupid, Moegi said. And they follow people they don't like, Udon said. Konohamaru, Naruto said. Yes, boss. Do you remember what I said about fangirls? Oh, they're terrifying. Sakura growled and started running along the side of the building. Run, Naruto shouted. And they ran. Across rooftops, up fire escapes, through alleyways, through the crowd. Konohamaru bumped into a strange-looking teenager in pajamas and makeup, but Naruto quickly picked him up and they kept running, ignoring the hey from the oddly dressed boy. Even so, the pink-haired banshee followed them. I'll catch you, you brat, Sakura shouted. Konohamaru shouted, I know, let's go this way, and ran off in another direction. They zigzagged their way toward the Hokage Tower. Grandpa, protect us, Konohamaru exclaimed, bursting into the Hokage's office. The other 3 rushed in after him and slammed the door shut. Hiruzen looked up from his papers. What about? You're crazy, Udon snorted. Fanatic, Moegi snorted. They heard a bang. Bang. At the door. You can't hide from me, you brat. Oh no. He's here, Naruto whispered, looking around with a terrified expression. He summoned 2 shadow clones, and each of the 3 Narutos grabbed an 8-year-old boy and jumped onto the roof beams. Shoo! Warned the 3 Narutos, each putting a finger to the lips of the academy student they were holding while he hung upside down from the ceiling. Just in time, because the doors slammed shut. Where are they? Sakura shouted, stomping into the room. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at Sakura from behind his desk. Sakura swallowed. Ahem, Hiruzen said, looking sternly at Sakura. I'm sorry, Mr. Hokage. Sakura squealed and ran out of the room at a speed quite impressive for a genin. Off, said Naruto. It was close, Moegi said. Hello, Mr. ANBU, Konohamaru said, greeting an ANBU hanging upside down from the ceiling in front of him. You could almost feel the ANBU's amusement. The Naruto clone holding Udon intervened. Can we get down from here before Udon's snot hits the ground? Naruto shrugged and summoned another clone. The new clone formed the hand seals for a water jutsu and said, Snot release. Snot dragon jutsu. Udon's snot expanded, forming a projectile shaped like an oriental dragon. It detached from his nose, spun, and flew out the window. Moegi, Hiruzen, and the ANBU seemed slightly repelled. Udon and Konohamaru stared at Naruto as if he were the sage's reincarnation. They all ignored the shout of indignation coming from somewhere in the village. The 3 Narutos walked along the wall. Sorry about the door, Grandpa, said Naruto. Oh, don't worry, Hiruzen said, smiling. The 4th Hokage had the gates made so they wouldn't be damaged if someone tried to break them down. Look. He performed a few hand seals, and the gates returned to their place. Seriously? He invented a jutsu just to fix the office doors. When Tsunade was in the village, she would take them down 2 or 3 times a week. Oh, Naruto agreed. Yes, I can imagine that. CS. Back in the alley, Kikyo watched Hinata walk home, unable to follow the boy she liked. The blonde girl transformed, revealing the form of one of Naruto's clones. Naruto's clone pursed his lips for a second, wondering if being the vice president of his own fan club was a sign of madness. Then it dispersed in a cloud of smoke. CS. A week later, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto appeared at the building where the Chunin exams would be held. Let's go, said Naruto. Let's go around back and use the window. Sakura hit Naruto on the head. Why would we do that, idiot? Naruto dodged the blow and said, What? Kakashi-sensei does that all the time. He says, real ninjas don't use doors. HN, Sasuke said, quite appropriately for once. If we did what Kakashi always does, we'd be lost on the path of life. Fine, said Naruto. This time you win. CS. My name is Rock Lee. You're Sakura, right? Would you like to go on a date with me? Asked the clone of the mini-boy, dressed in green spandex, with a bowl haircut and huge, bushy eyebrows like caterpillars. His teeth gleamed when he smiled. At all. Lee instantly sank into a comical depression. Please, at least tell me why? Sakura blinked at the sudden change in mood. I like Sasuke. Lee's mood shifted again. Sasuke, of the Uchiha clan? You're Sasuke Uchiha, the genius and rookie of the year? I challenge you to a fight. OSH. Let's test ourselves in a youthful battle to see who's the best ninja. HN. I accept. Sasuke was eager to test himself against someone strong, and this genin dressed in green had just effortlessly stopped his strongest kick. The surrounding teams, who had unsuccessfully tried to break through the genjutsu of the 2 Chunin guards, watched with interest. Naruto, understanding the situation, chuckled inconspicuously. All right, everyone clear some space, Naruto announced. Come on, everyone, come on. We're about to witness a duel between 2 brave men whose hearts belong to the beautiful Sakura. The winner will get a date with her. Are these conditions acceptable to everyone? Lee looked surprised but smiled. Indeed, Naruto, those terms are very juvenile. I accept. HN, Sasuke said, trying to ignore Naruto's antics. I'll take that as a yes. Sakura finally realized. Sasuke will defeat that weirdo in 5 seconds. Go Sasuke. Ooh. I'm going on a date with Sasuke. Darling. Chiyuri, should I take that as a yes? Sasuke glared at Naruto and opened his mouth to say something. Unfortunately, he was interrupted. YOSH. Naruto, do you want to start the fight? Lee was in an unusual taijutsu stance, with one arm extended in front of him, palm facing upwards. Alright warriors, are you ready? Begin, Sasuke growled. But he focused on his opponent, clenched his fists, and charged at Lee. Lee blocked Sasuke's punch and delivered a powerful kick to his jaw. It was an instant knockout. Winner. Lee, Naruto said with a serious face, as if he had seen it coming from the beginning. And he had. Lee reappeared in front of Sakura and took her hand. Sakura, I've defeated my opponent. Where would you like to go on our date? His large, bushy eyebrows moved in front of her face. Eek! I said no. Sakura raised her fist and punched Lee in the head, knocking him to the ground. They're both very noisy, said Kotetsu in disguise, who had been watching the game with everyone else. And they both hit very hard, said Izumo, similarly disguised. It's like a match made in heaven, Kotetsu said sarcastically. Imagine the children, Izumo said, not so sarcastically. They both imagined a pair of mini-Lees screaming and yelling and running around everywhere, dressed in green spandex, with bowl haircuts and bushy eyebrows. In pink. I need brain bleach, exclaimed Kotetsu. CS. Sasuke groaned as he slowly regained consciousness. Why did his head hurt so much? And what was that annoying voice? Never mind. What were those annoying voices? Are you all right, dear Sasuke? Sakura's voice asked. It's all right, said Naruto's voice, with an oddly strangled sound. It's better than us, said Naruto. At least it missed the twilight of youth. Ah yes, Guy appeared while Sasuke was knocked out. Don't remind me of Naruto. It was bad enough seeing it once. I don't need to suffer through flashbacks. Sasuke suddenly noticed that Sakura's voice sounded strangely close. He opened his eyes. Ow! Sasuke cried out as he realized his head was in Sakura's lap. He jumped to his feet and quickly backed away. Naruto chuckled discreetly. Seemed he'd been laughing a lot lately. Look at the time, said Naruto. We have to go. In fact, they only had 5 minutes to get to the next floor and enter the testing room. CS. Meanwhile, deep within a secret meeting room, did you summon us, Danzo? Koharu said. The 3 elders of the Konoha Council, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo, sat around a polished table in very comfortable meeting chairs. Yes, Danzo said. I'm concerned about our Jinchuriki's loyalty. I've received reliable reports indicating that he's been receiving training from unknown individuals. None of the 3 noticed the small brown ant in a corner of the ceiling. CS. Team 7 entered the exam room just in time to hear the examiner, Ibiki Marino, yell at the genin to be quiet and take their seats. They quickly joined the others and settled into their seats. Naruto listened to the rules and read the questions on his exam sheet. Honestly, for someone who had read the entire Konoha Shinobi library, those questions weren't difficult at all. But the real test was clearly something else. Naruto made a quick decision. He filled in 8 of the 9 questions with intentionally incorrect answers and wrote the correct answer on the back of the sheet. Then he placed the sheet face up on his desk so that anyone who checked it would only see the incorrect answers, yawned, slumped in his seat, and closed his eyes. He ignored the murderous intentions of dozens of genin, who were decidedly unimpressed by his boredom. He ignored the erasers Sasuke and Sakura threw at him. He even pretended to sleep during the explanation of the 10th question. Bang! Ibiki's fist slammed down on Naruto's desk. Wake up, brat! Naruto yawned and stretched. Good morning, beautiful, Naruto said, smiling happily. Ibiki stated his murderous intent. What's going on? Naruto said, blinking and looking around. Everyone was staring at him. Oh, is the exam over? Ibiki stared at Naruto. Then he snorted and said, You pass. What? Shouted several of the other genin who were waiting for the 10th question. Everyone passes, Ibiki said. But you didn't give us the 10th question, someone said. I don't understand, Naruto wondered. Mr. Proctor said we could pass. Why are you objecting? Don't you want to pass? Arg. I just want to know why. You idiot. Ibiki explained that the 10th question was to test whether they had the courage to risk their careers. But why did you let that idiot in? He was sleeping the whole time. Are you questioning me? Ibiki glared at him. He was even more frightening without the headscarf and with his scars showing. Naruto smiled. He liked this guy. Most people would have explained it to him, but apparently Ibiki knew the value of information. Besides, he was cool. Then something crashed through the window. A banner unfurled and was pinned to the ceiling with 2 kunai, and a purple-haired woman in revealing clothing emerged from inside the banner. Attention, boys and girls. This is not the time to celebrate. I will be your next supervisor, Anko Mitarashi. Ready for the second test? Good. Then let's go. Follow me. Silence. That was awesome, Databeo. Naruto shouted, shaking his fist. Anko smiled. I'm glad to know someone likes my posts. Naruto took out a white card with a 9 on it and held it up. What? Only a 9 out of 10? What's wrong? Anko asked, pouting. Naruto pointed at Anko. You need more orange, he declared. Anko made a hand sign and performed a transformation. Her trench coat turned the same bright orange as Naruto's jumpsuit. Like this? She asked, smiling. That's perfect, said Naruto, changing his 9 card for one that said 10. Oh, Kami, there are 2, Sakura moaned. CS, the second part of the test has begun, shouted Anko, her trench coat still a blinding orange. 23 genin teams burst into the forest, each from a different gate. Team 7 stopped a little further into the forest. All right, guys, let's head straight to the tower, said Naruto. What? Why should we do that, Naruto? Sakura said. Naruto shrugged and pulled out a heaven and earth scroll. What? When did you get that earth scroll? Sakura asked in shock. When we received our heavenly scroll, of course. Some team over there got a fake one. Naruto grinned like a fox. Sasuke objected to Naruto's proposal. I still want to test myself against some of the other teams. Seriously, Sasuke? You want to risk your comrades' lives just for fun? Naruto asked, slurring his words. It's not like any of them are strong enough to hurt me. Naruto chuckled. That big purple bruise on your chin says otherwise. And too bad, because I'm not going to give you another choice. Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind Sasuke and Sakura. He grabbed them from behind with one arm, and the 3 of them disappeared in a body flicker technique. The Shunshin, body flicker, technique involves wrapping chakra around the body and using it to propel oneself in a straight line at extreme speed. Anyone without enhanced vision, such as a Sharingan, will only see blurry images. Furthermore, it tends to give the user tunnel vision and usually requires hand seals, making it practically useless in combat against mid to high-level opponents. That is, of course, unless you had enhanced vision like a Sharingan again, and practiced until you could perform the jutsu without hand seals like Shursui Uchiha or Naruto, who channeled chakra into his eyes and optic nerves until he could see very clearly. Neither Sakura, who had no dojutsu or vision enhancement techniques, nor Sasuke, who had not yet awakened his Sharingan, were prepared for the sudden extreme speed, and they weren't even looking in the right direction to see where they were headed. Aeawawa! Sakura screamed as Naruto rapidly activated one Shunshin after another. Sasuke managed to remain silent. Barely. They both vomited and emptied their stomachs when they arrived at the tower. Meanwhile, Naruto unfolded the scrolls. Iruka appeared. The second Hokage was responsible for creating many of Konoha's traditional institutions, Iruka explained, including the Shinobi Academy, the ANBU, the Department of Technology and Innovation, and the Chunin exams. All right, class, time for a pop quiz. Naruto? Hello, Iruka-sensei. Naruto waved his hand and smiled. What? Iruka looked around. Then he looked down and saw the heaven and earth scrolls unrolled. Have you finished the second stage already? Yes. Naruto agreed. Just in time to save your poor students from a pop quiz. What did you finish in? Iruka looked at his watch. Less than a minute? 40 seconds, actually. Naruto crooned. You just didn't notice after we summoned you for about 15 seconds. How the hell did you do that? Iruka asked. He knew Naruto could get away with his pranks, but this should be impossible even for a jonin. Never underestimate the power of the invincible Uchiha, Naruto declared. Irika looked at Naruto's two teammates, who had just emptied their stomachs and were giving Naruto murderous glares. Look, said Naruto. He's activated his rotating eye. Irika stared at Sasuke's eyes, which had turned red and each bore a tomo, comma-shaped mark. It's called the Sharingan Naruto. And what did you do to the invincible Uchiha to make him activate his Sharingan and vomit? I don't know, Naruto said, shrugging innocently. We arrived and, for some reason, they started vomiting. Pull the other one, Irika said. He was used to the innocent face Naruto made after a joke. Naruto chuckled incoherently. Surprise trip to Shunshin. Well, that certainly explains the vomiting. Wait, do you know about Shunshin? Naruto smiled and used a smokescreen to move 2 meters away. Then he used the smokescreen again. When he reappeared in a second puff of smoke, he was holding a plate. Would you like some dango? Naruto offered. Irika blinked. Right. Where did you get the dango? At that moment, everyone heard a distant female voice shouting, Who stole my dango? CS. Hello, said Naruto. An hour and a half later, in front of him stood a girl with 4 short, blonde pigtails and a long rectangular box-like object strapped to her back. A taller boy with purple face paint and a large wrapped package on his back. And a boy even shorter than Naruto, carrying an enormous sand-colored gourd. Apparently, this team liked to carry large objects on their backs. The Sabacus, right? Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. They arrived quickly. Temari Sabaku, the girl said politely. And apparently, not as fast as you. Kankuro Sabaku, said the makeup artist. I am Gara Sabaku, said the pumpkin boy. Mother wants your blood. Gara exuded murderous instinct and demonic chakra. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He wants my blood? What for? And how much does he want? Mother wants to drink your blood. And she says. Gara blinked slowly, suppressing his murderous instinct. A little will be enough. Well, I wouldn't mind giving you some as long as you don't use it to, say, break my security seals or anything. And blood isn't cheap, so if you want more than a couple of drops, I'll have to ask for something in return. Temari and Kankuro were speechless. Gara frowned, his expression confused. Does your mother want my blood? No, none of that, Naruto said. I want information. This exchange is acceptable, Gara said after thinking about it for a while. Wait, Temari said. Gara silenced her with a withering look. You usually ask what information someone is asking for before you agree to give it, Naruto said. Very well. What information do you need? Well, Naruto said. What's your mother's name? You seem to have a demon sealed inside you. Is she your mother? Are you deliberately losing demonic chakra? Or is your seal faulty? Mother is the sand demon. She says his name is Shikaku. Gara pronounced the name slowly, as if for the first time. Am I losing demonic chakra? Yes, just a little. Anyone with the ability to sense chakra could find you right away. Besides, it tends to scare away animals and make most people around you a bit nervous. Perhaps we can get permission to examine your seal and, if necessary, fix it. Suna is an ally of Konoha, you know. If the seal is fixed, will I be able to sleep? Naruto was horrified. Can't you sleep? If I sleep, Mom takes charge. Well, then we definitely need to have your seal checked. If we fix it, you'll be able to sleep soundly. Unfortunately, I don't think Suna would be too happy about a Konoha ninja touching your seal without permission, so we should probably ask first. Though I don't see why they'd refuse. I'll ask Baki-sensei. Great, Naruto said, grinning. Now, blood. He opened a glass. With a kunai, Naruto sliced his palm open without even flinching and filled the glass halfway before the bleeding stopped. Naruto bandaged his palm to make it look like the wound was closing on its own. Is that enough? Naruto asked. In response, a thick tendril of sand emerged from Gaara's gourd and snatched the glass from Naruto's hand. Moments later, the sand completely engulfed the glass and crushed it, allowing the blood to seep into the sand. Did Shikaku discover something about my blood? Naruto asked, observing curiously. Gaara looked at Naruto and blinked slowly. 9? He asked. Naruto nodded solemnly. Furthermore, Gaara said, you're type-A-positive and have some kind of chakra-based lineage, though mother can't say whether it's activated or not. And the Y chromosome says you're definitely male. That's good to know, thanks, Naruto said happily. Temari could no longer contain herself. They're both very strange, you know that, right? Of course, said Naruto. Wow, déjà vu. Kankuro burst out laughing. Hey, you're wearing cat pajamas and purple makeup. You're weirder than us. Kankuro stopped laughing instantly and stared at Naruto. What did you just say? Kankuro, Gaara said flatly. You're wearing cat pajamas and purple makeup. CS. Enko Mitarashi was furious. Not only had 3 Grass Village genin been murdered, but the killer was Orochimaru, her former sensei. To make matters worse, the fact that her former sensei had disguised himself as a genin and practically taken her by surprise during her introduction to the second phase of the exam only intensified her rage. And worst of all, someone had stolen her dango. Anko launched herself through the forest of death, searching for Orochimaru's chakra signature. Giant tigers, spiders, and bears fled or hid as he passed. There it is, that disgusting purple chakra. And it's not alone. Orochimaru, Enko shouted. Coo, 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 coo. Orochimaru laughed in a chilling, hissing voice, still wearing the face of the grass genin. Little Anko, look at you, you're elite. And then he turned and looked at Anko. Are you wearing orange? Where on earth did you find something so blinding? Just one question before I kill you, Anko said, releasing all her chakra and murderous intent at once. I'm afraid I'll have to refuse you, Orochimaru said with a mocking smile. I still have to find that little Uchiha and give him my seal, but I'll play along for a moment. What question do you have for your dear sensei? Did you steal my dango? If his stolen face weren't already pale, Orochimaru would have turned pale. He knew what Anko was like with the dango, so he did the first thing that came to mind. Kabuto, stop her, Orochimaru ordered. Then he turned around and ran off. Anko lunged towards Orochimaru. She was ultimately forced to turn her attention to her companion when Kabuto intercepted her with glowing chakra scalpels. Anko Mitarashi, Kabuto said in a very typical warrior introduction. Special Jonin of Konoha, former student of Lord Orochimaru and the only other summoner of the snake contract. You're good, but let's see how you fare against someone of the same caliber as Kakashi, the copy ninja. Comparing himself to Kakashi might have been a bit arrogant, and Kabuto didn't know that even Kakashi was afraid of stealing Anko's dango. Gra-ah! Anko screamed. Fire release, fire dragon, attacking shadow snakes, poison mist. She launched a barrage of senbon needles and kunai. Shadow clone kunai jutsu, fire release, fire dragon, wind release, great breakthrough. Kabuto dodged the first fire dragon, deactivated the snakes with his chakra scalpels, and ignored the poison mist. He blocked or dodged all the kunai, but was hit by several poison senbon needles. He used a kawarimi to escape the massively multiplied kunai when Anko used the shadow kunai clone technique. And then his luck ran out. Anko's second fire dragon was aimed at the ground where Kabuto appeared, and her wind jutsu crashed into the fire dragon from behind, causing a massive fire explosion that trapped Kabuto. He tried to dodge it, but fell with his legs charred and most of his torso and one arm covered in third-degree burns. Anko glanced in the direction Orochimaru had run. She knew how fast that bastard could be when he fled, so there was no chance of catching him. So she figured a rat in the hand was worth 2 in the hole. Kabuto's screams echoed through the night. It proved very useful to have a prisoner who could heal himself by having pieces cut off. CS. Team 10 hid in the bushes as a team from Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall Village, landed in the clearing where they had been moments before. Shikamaru peered out from a crack at their feet. Perfect. They all have their backs to us. Shadow imitation technique successful, Shikamaru said. Attack plan 1. Let's go. What? Why can't I move? Ino and Choji were surprised by the sudden change of pace, going from hiding to attacking, but they obeyed. Ino knelt behind the bushes and used her family's jutsu to control one of the team members. Shikamaru released him, while Ino used her body to knock out the other two. Finally, Choji used his human rock attack to crash into the one Ino had used an instant after she released her jutsu. It was a classic Ino Shikacho ambush. Perfect, Choji said, checking Team Taki's backpacks while the other two stood guard. I found chocolate and granola bars, Ino groaned. Find her scroll now. Ah yes, they have a scroll from heaven. I found it a few minutes ago. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Now that we have a heaven scroll and an earth scroll, we just need to reach the tower. Choji, hide that scroll. Okay, Choji said, and they left. CS. Team 10 heard a shrill scream as they headed towards the tower. Hey, where did everyone go? Shikamaru was preparing to lead the team towards a detour to avoid the commotion when he heard a loud bang and a deep, bestial roar. Someone's in trouble, and it's not from another team, Shikamaru said. Shall we take a look? Ino seemed unsure. That growl sounded terrifying. He could be one of our friends, Choji said. Let's go then. Ino agreed. It turned out to be a huge, 3-story tall bear chasing a red-haired girl who appeared to be about a year younger than the members of Team 10. She had just tripped over a root. Shikamaru executed the full hand seals of his family's signature jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he shouted. Attacking with his shadow, the bear froze. Then it growled. Ino, I can't hold on to it much longer. Let's see if you can possess it. Mind-body exchange technique, Ino shouted. Her body instantly collapsed as she took control of the bear. Shikamaru lost control of his technique, and Ino turned the bear around, trying to make it lumber away into the forest. Then the bear roared and stood up on its hind legs. Ino gasped. Something's wrong with her mind. I can't possess her properly. Damn, Shikamaru said. This is going to be a pain. Well, I need a big rock. Here's one. When the enormous bear turned and faced the team again, Shikamaru picked up a large rock, roughly the size of his head, and placed it in his left hand, holding it at shoulder height. He made a hand seal with his right and dissolved a shunshin. Boom! Blood gushed from the bear's head, and it fell. Shikamaru reappeared in the air 20 meters from the bear, no longer holding the rock. He fell to the ground and rolled to break his fall. Ino was speechless. Damn it, Shika. Where did you learn to do that? Shunshin? I learned it from a scroll. It's a good way to get to places without having to walk. In fact, it was true. Shikamaru had learned it from a scroll and had taught it to Naruto and Shino. Did you just kill that bear by throwing a rock at it? Said Ino. Yes, Shikamaru said. He approached the red-haired girl they had just saved. Hey, are you okay? Yes, yes, the girl said, retrieving her glasses and standing up. Thank you for saving me. It wasn't any trouble at all, Shikamaru said. Then he realized what he'd said. I mean, it was a lot of trouble, but we're glad we did it. The girl laughed and blushed. I'm Karen Uzumaki. What's your name? Uzumaki? I'm Shikamaru Nara. Did you know that the heir to the Uzumaki clan is a ninja from Konoha? Karen blinked in surprise. Really? You think I could meet him? Do you remember the loud, blonde boy in the orange suit who slept through the first phase? Naruto Uzumaki. He seemed a bit stupid. Are you sure he's the clan's heir? Ino can tell you that Naruto was just pretending to be stupid. Right, Ino? Yeah, I think so. Sometimes it's hard to know. Shikamaru, how did you do that with the rock? Shunshin isn't made for that. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. To perform body flicker technique, you envelop your body in chakra and propel yourself in a straight line at high speed. To stop again, you have to apply the same force in the opposite direction with your chakra when you reach your destination. Simple physics. All I did was forget to envelop the rock in chakra when I stopped at the end of the body flicker technique, and the rock just kept flying at full speed. Anyway, Karen, what happened to your team? Karen seemed nervous. Well, they left me behind. Did they leave you to be eaten by a bear? Choji asked. Well, their plan was for me to be bait. That's why I was carrying our Earth Scroll openly. But when the bear arrived, I think they ran away. Well, Shikamaru said, I'm sorry to say it looks like your team won't get through. If they think you've been eaten by a bear, They won't come back for you, so it's best if you come with us to the tower. Or, wait a second. Shikamaru reached into his pocket and pulled out a card with an engraved seal. He channeled Chakra into it and held it to his ear. Naruto, Shikamaru said. It's Shika. Of course you've already finished phase 2. We discovered a cousin of yours and rescued her from a bear. Yes, cousin. She says she's an Uzumaki. And she's got the hair for it, unlike you. Well, it seems her team abandoned her and they probably think she's been eaten, so I'm thinking, yes, my location, any time would be good. Shikamaru removed the card from behind his ear and put it in his pocket. Moments later, Naruto appeared. Hello, said Naruto. Hello, Shika. Ino. Choji. Oops, bear. Well, looks like we have enough to feed Choji. And you must be the Uzumaki Shikamaru mentioned. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. Hello. I'm Karen Uzumaki. Are you really the clan's heir? And what happened to all the oranges? Naruto chuckled. I don't wear orange when I'm on a serious mission. As for the clan heir, well, my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the whirlpool princess. Mom told me about her. Karen's face saddened. Is your mom? Shikamaru asked. Karen nodded sadly. She passed away 4 years ago. Those doctors from Kusagakure, the village hidden in the grass, killed her. They drained her chakra until she died. Did she have the lineage of healing chakra? Naruto asked. Yes, me too, Karen said. She showed her arm, which had faint human bite marks in several places. I suppose you don't want to go back to Kusa? Said Naruto, his face impassive. Karen seemed hopeful. They won't turn me into a missing ninja, will they? Naruto and Shikamaru looked at each other, smiled smugly, and spoke in unison. Not if we fake your death. CS. After sealing the bear in a scroll and altering the scene to make it appear as if the bear had swallowed Karen and walked away, as well as erasing all traces of Team 10's presence, it was time to leave. Well, I suppose my shadow clone will see them at the tower in about half an hour. Warning. Sasuke already has his Sharingan, so be careful with the hand seals. What did you do? Did you hit him with all your might to kill him? Shikamaru joked. Shunshin's surprise trip. Crossing the entire forest. Let me guess. You stole Anko's dango and wanted to make sure you were out of the blast radius. Naruto smiled. You know me too well. Where are you taking Karen? Ino asked. Aha. First rule for keeping secrets. Don't tell anyone. Can I have the bear? Choji asked. Naruto threw him the scroll containing the bear. Make sure you give Shika one of the fangs. He killed it. It's tradition. Seriously, Naruto? Shikamaru said. Those teeth are huge. It's not like I could put them on a necklace, then turn it into a hat or something. Will I ever see Shikamaru again? Karen asked. Probably, Naruto said. Shika and I are good friends, though not for a while. We have to change your appearance so the people of Kusa don't realize you're alive. Why? Karen blushed, approached Shikamaru, and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, she whispered. Shikamaru froze, his eyes wide. He blushed and brought his hand to the cheek where Karen had kissed him. Wow, said Naruto. He smiled. Well, see you later. Ino, remember, this isn't gossip. Don't tell anyone, especially not Sakura. Got it. Ino pouted. Ino, okay, I've got it, Naruto. CS. Okay, Karen, Naruto said once they were alone. Just hang on and close your eyes. I'll take you to meet our aunt. CS. Author's notes. I'll leave it here. I originally planned to include the preliminaries in this chapter, but it's already quite long, and I didn't want to leave you another week without an update. Also, I haven't decided who will fight whom in the preliminaries yet. I want to use unusual matchups for originality, but I also want to make sure certain players make it to the finals. You may have noticed that I haven't included the next chapter from Minato's book, Chapter 7, Chakra Improves Everything, and have titled it Better, Part 1. This is because the chapters following the Chunin exam preliminary tests will overlap with the themes of Minato's chapters 8 and 9. I'm aware that my description of Shunshin contradicts the Narutopedia. According to Narutopedia, Shunshin uses chakra to temporarily vitalize the body and move at extreme speeds. This doesn't make sense to me. In the anime, people are seen using Shunshin while kneeling and with a hand seal. It's not something you do if you're going to run at full speed. Besides, if it were really just a method to strengthen the body internally with chakra, we'd see a lot more people tearing up the ground when they start and stop. Maybe even tearing their clothes from the air resistance. In fact, I'm considering changing my mind and giving Naruto a romantic partner. The problem is, I need to find or create a female character strong enough for Naruto to respect, not necessarily physically strong, but mentally and spiritually strong enough to be Naruto's equal. Most of the girls we know in Konoha fall short, despite my modifications to Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. Hinata, let's face it, she's pathetic. Sorry, Hinata, you have my sympathy, and we can be friends. But sympathy is a pretty bad foundation for romance. Sakura, 2 words, domestic violence. Ino, she's still a fangirl. She's years too young to be mature enough for Naruto. Aya Michiraku, Hana Inazuka, too old at this point. A 5-year age difference is fine if you're in your 20s, but not when Naruto is going through puberty. The same problem applies to all the older female ninja in the village. Temari, maybe, but she is quite cruel during the Chunin exams arc in the canon, though I've tweaked her a bit. Tenten. She has potential. She's a serious warrior, though not the very embodiment of a ninja. Unfortunately, all the members of Team Guy are one-dimensional fighters. They choose one discipline and never use another. There are also some potential candidates outside the village, though I don't know them that well. I could go with the original version, but it's harder to make it fun that way, and I refuse to back out and bring in a crossover character. Any suggestions or arguments? And, wow, over 2,200 followers and over 2,000 favorites. It's in the top 10 most followed and favorite Naruto parody fics on this site. I never imagined my FIC would become so popular. To celebrate, I'm giving away Omax. CS. Omax, Omake #1. A deleted scene written when I was contemplating writing a long, boring training montage for the first 4 chapters. Anyway, this is in line with the story of the FIC. It's just not a necessary part of the story, and if I had included it, I would have felt obliged to provide a full story of Naruto's academy years. The sun was a horrible, horrible invention. It shone through Naruto's eyelids and woke him up despite his deep sleep. Then it was agreed. The book. He jumped up in bed, staring at the nightstand where the book lay. Naruto had spent most of the night reading the entire booklet. He still didn't understand much, but he'd read every page looking for clues about who his parents were and what they were like. Yes, he'd come to the conclusion that the 4th Hokage had to be his father. He'd even written down the dates based on the history book and his own age, and concluded that if Minato was his grandfather, then he would have had to become a father at 14, and Minato's son would have had Naruto when he was also 14. For an 8-year-old, 14 sounded pretty old, but Naruto was very clear that he was far too young to be a father. He, of course, didn't understand that this was for social and moral reasons and that it was, in fact, biologically possible. Not that it mattered in this case. Therefore, Naruto's father was his hero, the 4th Hokage, the yellow flash of the leaf, the coolest and most powerful of all the Hokage. And apparently, he didn't like being Hokage. What a revelation! But Naruto noticed that every time he saw his grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, in his office, the old man was sitting at his desk doing paperwork. How had he not noticed before? Being Hokage was like having to do homework all day. Every day. Why would anyone want to do that? Naruto still wanted to become the strongest ninja in the village, but he had to avoid becoming Hokage. This second chapter, Secrets and Lies, was going to be invaluable, just like all the training tips in the other chapters of the book. Naruto couldn't wait to get started. Then Naruto remembered something. He had class today, and it was 11 a.m. Phew, he'd missed the first 2 hours of the day. CS. Omake #1. A week later, the Hokage made his monthly visit to Naruto's apartment. "Grandpa!" Naruto shouted when he heard a knock at his door. No one else ever knocked politely. Everyone avoided him like the plague or simply broke down the door when they wanted to trash his apartment. Or they just barged in rudely, like the landlord. Naruto opened the door and, sure enough, there was the Hokage, in his robes but without his hat. Naruto hugged him and led him to the sofa so he could sit down. "Hi, Grandpa. I have a question. Do you know who my parents were?" Hiruzen thought for a moment and then said, No, Naruto. I'm afraid I don't know who your parents were. You were found after the Kyuubi attack 8 years ago. Naruto's face darkened. Then he asked, what do you think they were like? Grandpa? Were they ninjas? I'm sure they were incredible ninjas, Naruto. They probably gave their lives defending the village from the Kyuubi. Well, Naruto thought somewhat petulantly, if you don't tell me secrets about myself, then I won't tell you mine. Hello, Grandpa? What about Naruto? Someday I will be the greatest ninja in the world. The Hokage smiled. That's great, Naruto. By the way, I brought you a gift. Really? What's wrong? Hiruzen took out a package wrapped in bright orange paper and handed it to Naruto. Naruto happily opened it, only to find an alarm clock. CS. Omake number 1. In the following months, Naruto would reread his father's book many times. At night, he would close the curtains, lock the doors, and practice chakra control with leaves and scraps of paper. Climbing the walls, his already damaged walls were riddled with dents and strange dings. And finally, filling the bathtub and walking on water. It was a good thing he had no neighbors in the gloomy building where he lived, or they would have knocked on his door. It was just as he was mastering his variation of the tree-climbing exercise that he first achieved the henge, transformation jutsu. Naruto quickly discovered something his father hadn't written in his book. Henge can be used to transform objects, not just yourself. All you have to do is touch the object and coat it with chakra before using the henge technique. Actually, it was pretty obvious. The most common use of henge was to transform yourself, including your clothes, into someone else. Clothes that aren't part of you and aren't special in any way. It's not like they make chakra-conductive clothes or anything. So all Naruto had to do was put an object like, say, his library card in his pocket and think of it as his clothes. This is a part of me, I'll use my chakra to transform it and change the name on my library card along with the rest of me, and he could transform the object in his hand. Just like that, he gained access to the Academy Library using a fabricated name and face that went completely unnoticed by the foolish Chunin librarian. Not even a Jonin could have detected his transformation. It's much harder to find a flaw in a transformation if there's no original to compare it to. It was a small leap of logic to discover that he could also transform an object he touched without transforming himself. Well, to be more precise, his body was covered in a cloud of smoke, which meant he was under the transformation technique, but he still looked the same. He would have to greatly improve his chakra control before he could perform the technique without wasting chakra and producing smoke. Now that would be amazing. Picking up a rock in the middle of a fight, seamlessly transforming it into a kunai, and voila, instant weapon. With transformation, Naruto could find an unused training ground and train there without being expelled and without anyone knowing how advanced he was. He used it carefully to increase his height and apparent age, so his advanced training wouldn't seem suspicious. CS. Omake #2. An alternate ending for the scene in the Hokage's office. I'm sorry, Mr. Hokage, Sakura squealed, and ran out of the Hokage's office at a speed quite impressive for a genin. Off, said Naruto. It was close, Moegi said. Hello, Mom, Konohamaru said, greeting an ANBU hanging upside down from the ceiling in front of him, peering at him through her mask. She seemed amused. Is she your mom? Asked Udon, his perpetual drop of snot hanging upside down. Hello, Konohamaru's mom, Moegi said, waving from where she was perched on the arm of a Naruto clone. The ANBU put his hand to his face. Kenny, you shouldn't let people know who I am when I'm wearing the mask. Konohamaru pouted. Don't call me Kenny. Naruto laughed discreetly. Don't you dare. Kenny. I like it, Moegi declared. Udon nodded, dangerously swinging his snot rope, which now measured a meter. Konohamaru stuck out his tongue. Then the blonde fan with pigtails from the alley entered through the smashed doors. I'm sorry, Grandpa, she said. I didn't know I'd break down the doors. Hiruzen said, don't worry. The fourth Hokage had the gates made, so they wouldn't be damaged if someone tried to break them down. Look. He made a few hand seals and the gates were back in place. Awesome, said Naruto from the roof. Boss, you betrayed us, Konohamaru shouted. No, Naruto said. Don't worry about Kikyo. She's not a crazy fanatic. Naruto and the clones walked along the walls to the floor and helped the 3 academy students to their feet before the clones dispersed. Huh? Konohamaru asked. You mean there are other types of fans who aren't crazy? No, not that I know of. But you see, it's me. What do you mean by saying she's you? Naruto pointed at the blonde girl, who made a hand seal and said, Kai. A puff of smoke transformed her into Naruto. I am a shadow clone of Naruto under a henge. Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon were speechless. Hiruzen chuckled. And I am the vice president of the Naruto fan club, said the Naruto clone proudly. Once again sporting blonde hair and the sexy girl ponytail henge and raising 2 fingers in a V sign. Boss, let me get this straight. Are you the vice president of your own fan club? Naruto nodded, smiling smugly. That's disturbing, Konohamaru said with a serious expression. Yes. Omax, Omake #3. An alternative recipient for Kubikirabocho. Lee! Shouted Naruto, entering the training field where Team Guy was practicing. Naruto, my eternal rival. Have you come to train with me? Lee said, running towards Naruto, and then jogging in front of him without moving. Not today, my young friend, said Naruto. I brought you a gift, a present, said Lee, still jogging. Indeed, Naruto said, unfurling a sealing scroll. I present to you Kubikirabocho. He opened the 2.5-meter sword and handed it to Lee. Wow, this is a gift from youth, said Lee. He tried it a couple of times with his right hand. Then he shouted, You youngsters, and lunged forward, knocking down 20 trees with a single blow. Tenten appeared. Why are you giving it to Lee? Tenten pouted. Well, said Naruto, the last person who wielded that sword didn't have eyebrows, so I expect that by combining the sword's apparent ability to eliminate them with Lee's incredibly bushy eyebrows, it will result in perfectly normal eyebrows. That's great, Tenten said in amazement. If it works, it might almost be worth it. That, and it actually suits his fighting style better than yours. You're more precise and refined, while Lee is all about brute strength and speed, which is all that sword requires. That makes sense, Tenten sighed reluctantly. But it's one of the legendary weapons of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. I want one. I'm sorry, said Naruto. But there's another one that would suit you better, right? Tenten lit up. Yes, Kabutawari the hoof breaker. He has a giant hammer on one end and an axe on the other, connected by a leather cord. He's unpredictable, very difficult to handle, and absolutely awesome. The two remained silent for a minute, watching Lee clear the training field of trees. Hey Naruto, Tenten said. Do you think Kubikirabocho would work on Guy-sensei's eyebrows? Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, he said sadly. That guy needs professional help.